Good morning. Oh, can you hear me? Good morning. My name is Shauna Sheldon, and I head up quality assurance at the college. Thank you so much for joining us today. We have tons of things planned for you. I am going to put a QR code up in just a second. And we have a draw at the end of the day. We have a game at the end of the day, so pay attention to all the sessions that you're attending. It's a quiz. Hopefully you'll have a good time today. You're going to be taking a lot of information in. But when I put the QR code up, actually I can put that up now. I'm just going to give us like maybe 2 more minutes and see if we get a few more people. I know some of you probably came in on the TTC, and it's not the most reliable. But if you attend the Canadian Culture session with myself or my colleague Mark, we'll tell you about other options that you have for getting to the college. But we'll resume in about a minute's time. I'm just going to give a few, I can see a few students still coming in, and then we'll get started. If you're just joining us, be sure to scan this QR code. There will be a raffle later on in the day, and prizes. So just make sure you scan that. We will repost this. We'll have this up throughout the day so that you get a chance to get your name into the raffle. Okay, I don't see any more phones up. So I'm going to get started. Okay, so good morning. Welcome to Canada. Welcome to Lambton College in Toronto. How many of you have been here for less than a week in Canada? Less than a week? Oh, so most of you have been here for a bit. Well, that's awesome. Hopefully you had a safe and enjoyable trip here. So I mentioned I head up quality assurance at the college, and part of quality assurance is orientation. So you'll be hearing from me a little bit throughout the day, but you'll be hearing from all kinds of folks from other departments in the college as well. We're going to start off today with the land acknowledgement. Today we begin our coming together with a statement for us all to reflect on the unique connections and relationships Indigenous persons and their ancestors have had with this land for thousands of years. The land we are standing on today is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 and the Williams Treaties. At this time, we would also like to recognize and support the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action, and we invite everyone to take a moment to reflect on how we can continue to support the process of reconciliation. Thanks. So if you're just joining us, grab a seat. I just have a few opening remarks before we dive into the program today. It is, so this is the QR code for those of you who just joined us. I'll be putting it up again throughout the day. It is to be entered into a draw. We have prizes that we'll be giving out at the end of the day. You have a number of sessions. There's a number of sessions planned for today. You all would have received an email from me. It's a bit of a choose your own adventure. Some of the sessions are offered multiple times, so you can choose when to attend them and where to attend them. The sessions, the general sessions that are offered many times, are offered here and in room 218. On the back of your schedule, you'll see a map of this building. The other main building that you'll be in when you start studying is the one next door, 265. Some of you may be in 259, but for the most part, the classes are here in 271 and next door in 265. So the general sessions today are on Canadian culture, student services and student advising, student wellness and immigration, academic integrity, and student success. So those sessions will be offered throughout the day, and you can choose when you're going to attend them. The ones that are offered only once are the co-op info sessions. So at that session, you'll be meeting your co-op advisor. This is someone that you can connect with not just in your third term, which is your recruiting term, but all the way through your college career. You can meet with this person regularly, get your resume in order. If you're going to be looking for a part-time job, they can help you. They're here for you throughout the duration of your experience here at the college. So it's great for you to meet them today. And then the other one is the program information session. This one's critical. This is the one I would have sent you all an email about. This one is with your program coordinator. The program coordinator and possibly faculty will be in that session. They will walk you through the program map. They'll talk to you about the secrets to success in your program, probably give you a little bit of information about potential jobs in your program. Lots of good information in that session. At the end of the day, we're going to do a game, almost at the end of the day, just before the 4 o'clock session. So 3:45, we're going to do a Kahoot game here in the atrium. We have prizes, and also that's when we'll do the raffle draw. Be sure to check out on the second floor up here. There are going to be clubs and student council, I think, is in there. There's a number of different booths set up in this study space, which, by the way, you'll all be using starting next week. But this study space over here is available to students. Today, it's being used for the booths so that you can find out about clubs, get involved in volunteering at the college, maybe join a sports team. All of that will be in the study space. And then just to give you a heads up on what's going to be happening on Thursday and Friday this week, hopefully you'll come back Thursday and Friday. I think I sent everyone an email maybe last week or the week before about food. So today lunch is on your own. It's a very short lunch. We do have snacks that will be available around lunchtime, but there are restaurants nearby. You can hit Tim Hortons, which is right on Shepherd. Roma Cafe is nearby. There is a mall nearby, but it's a bit of a walk, so it would be sort of for the people that are very, very quick, because it's just a half-hour break. Hopefully, you brought your lunch. I suggested that some people bring their lunch as well, because that's an option. We have microwaves here, and you can heat your lunch up here. But like I said, we do have snacks. Tomorrow and Friday, we are providing more food. The lunch tomorrow is sponsored by the canteen, which is one of the food services that is on campus. And the lunch on Friday is provided by our management team at the college. Tomorrow we have sessions on APA research and documentation standards. So if you're doing any research in your program, and you probably all will be doing some sort of research, it's a good session for you to attend. Housing accommodation and keeping students safe, so North York Community House will be coming in for that session. They're a local organization that supports international students, international people in general, but international students for us. So we have a partnership with them. And then student portals. So you've all used Moodle. You've all probably used the database, yes, because you had to register, but also other portals that you'll be using, such as Web Advisor. I think that's where your grades are. So there's a session on Thursday that will walk you through all of that. How many of you might be looking for a part-time job? So on Thursday, we are doing a fair here in the atrium in the afternoon. We will have some information there about some strategies for searching for a part-time job. We also will have some of our academic club representatives here. We recommend that you volunteer as much as possible. This will give you Canadian experience, and that's great on your resume. So we suggest that you get involved in the college and volunteer. So that's what that fair will be in the afternoon. We're doing a Kahoot again in the afternoon tomorrow for prizes. And also on Friday, we have a number of sessions planned for Friday as well. Again, it's a choose your own adventure on Friday. So we will do another session on part-time jobs, campus safety. So the occupational health and safety program coordinator will be on campus to talk about safety on campus. And then you all have an insurance policy through GuardMe. So our GuardMe representative will be here on Friday to talk to you about how to tap into those services. She's awesome. Her name is Lucia, so she'll be joining us on Friday. We will also have a police officer here on Friday. He's a regular attendee at our orientation, and he will just be talking to you about safety here in Toronto and also safety in Canada in general. We will have someone from RBC speaking on Friday about banking safely in Canada, because you'll all have, eventually you'll set up a bank account, and you'll have, you'll want to hear what she has to say about how to ensure that you're banking safely. And then lastly, we have a session on student life. So we will have representatives here from Student Council, the clubs, academic clubs and other clubs, fun clubs. Also the sporting teams, we'll have representatives from the sporting teams. And there will be a short presentation on some of the activities that you can expect throughout the summer. So that'll happen all on Friday. As I mentioned, food truck on Friday, and then we're doing a scavenger hunt at the end of the day. The scavenger hunt will be in teams of 3. And so see if you can find a couple people in your program that can join you for that. There will be prizes for that too. It's a great way for you to learn the layout of the college, because you'll be going to various areas of the college. So as I mentioned, it's a choose your own adventure. There are a couple sessions that only happen once. But if we take a look at today's schedule, oh, this is not today's schedule. Let me give you your schedule. There we go, May 1st. So if you're in BMAT, MMPT, or PMIT, you have one of those sessions first thing that is offered only once. So you'll go to that first. The rest of you will join the rest of us in either student services or Canadian culture, right? And then later on in the day, this BMAT is the same. BMAT, at the end of the day, there's a program information session for this program. So this is one of the sessions that's offered once. This is the other session that's offered once. I would have sent you an email yesterday or the day before letting you know the programs that are offered once versus the ones that are offered throughout the day. So if you look at a sample student, the BMAT student, I should have changed that to BMAT, but if you're in BMAT, put your hand up. Okay, so you're going to go to room 126 first thing. You're going to 126, you're going to meet Diana. She's your co-op advisor. Like I said, you can tap into her supports and services the entire time that you're a student here at the college. Then at the break, you're going to connect with other people in your program, and then you're going to choose. I'm either going to the atrium, or I'm going to go to room 218, which is up in that corner there, and you're going to attend academic integrity and student success, or student wellness and immigration support. Then everyone's going to come back here at 11:30, and you're all going to meet the director of the college, Michael. He has some words of wisdom for you. And then we all have lunch on our own. After the break, you're going to choose either Canadian Culture or Student Services. Then you're going to go to either Student Wellness or Academic Integrity, depending on what you did here. And then you're going to go to Student Services or Canadian Culture, depending on what you do here. And then you have a session at the end of the day in room 126. Make sense? So if you are in BMAT, MMPT, or PMIT, you do have a session that you don't get to choose your own adventure quite yet. After the break, you can. But if you're in one of those programs, you'll go down the hall here, check with, oh, hi, Catherine. MMPT program coordinator will be there shortly as well. And you'll be joining those sessions. Everyone else has the choice of staying here for student services and academic advising, or you can join me up in room 218 for Canadian Culture and Transportation. Make sense? So I'm going to put the QR code back up because you can scan that. For those of you who have just arrived, scan this at some point throughout the day before 3:45. That's when we'll be doing the draw later today. Okay? Okay, so we have, what time do we start right at 9:15? Yeah. Okay, so make your way either to 218, or if you're in one of those three programs that I just mentioned, 126, 127, and 128. Good? And have a great day. Okay, so you're all here for student services and advising in this room. If you are interested in attending Canadian Culture and Transportation, I'll be in room 218 and we'll get started in just a second. But I'd like to introduce our speaker for the student services and advising. It's Juliana, right? Okay. Juliana is a member of our student services team, and she will be walking you through what all the services and supports that are available to you as a student of Lambton College in Toronto.
Thank you. Perfect. Hi, good morning, everyone. Happy first day of May, which means it's a little bit closer to spring, which always kind of makes me happy whenever that the weather starts warming up. So thank you for coming to the session. It's not the most exciting information, but it is important information that you're probably going to use at some point during your term. So you are going to need to know this, and we'll just try to get through it together, okay? Okay, so what is on today's agenda? The first thing we're going to talk about is how can you contact your student services team? And the second is what can we actually help you with directly? So student services is a two-person department. It's myself and Tenny. I don't know if you saw the lady in the pink sweater. She went upstairs. That's her. Every time you request to see an advisor, you will see one of either of us. And basically, we treat student services as, I guess, a catch-all information hub, right? So if you don't know where to go, if you have a request and you don't know which department to go to, just come to us. And if we can't help you directly with it, we will either defer you to the person who can, or we will find out an answer and get back to you about it, okay? So how do you contact student services? There's a couple ways, but probably the most popular is the ticketing system, which can be found if you email studentservices@cestarcollege.com. So what happens when you email that address is that it goes into a ticket bank, which is assigned to different people based on the subject of the ticket. And we try to respond to all inquiries within 24 to 72 hours. So just give us a little bit of time and we will get back to you about it. We also ask that students make only one ticket per issue. And there's actually kind of a funny story about that. For example, 2 students email us and say, we want to switch groups. So I get the ticket, I go in and I say, okay, I send it to registration and they switch, right? But unfortunately, the student sent another email, and Tenny will get that ticket and she won't know anything about the first email, right? So what she does is she switches them back. So you're in the same place where you started, unfortunately. So just to keep things from getting confusing or gumming up the works, please just one issue per ticket. And please email us using your My Lambton account. You can use your Gmail, Hotmail account if you want, but just to make sure that the spam filters aren't going to lose it somehow, just make sure that you're using your My Lambton account. You can also come and see us in person. We are available from Monday to Friday, 9 to 5 in person. You don't need an appointment to come see us. You can, did you guys see the reception desk? Across from the reception desk is a tablet, and using that tablet, you can apply to see any of the different services we have at campus. So you can see student services, you can request co-op advisor, or the nurse or the mental health counselor. So these are all things that you can access just by using that system. And we also encourage students to check Moodle regularly. How many of you have actually logged into Moodle already? Okay, yeah, all right. So when you log into Moodle, you see the news and announcement pages, right? So everything really important at the college is going to be posted in that announcement pages. So things like student events, but also things like when are you going to be allowed to choose your group schedule for the semester, right? So if you don't want to miss out on anything important, please check Moodle as often as you can. And you can also call us if you want just a quick answer. You just want like a yes or no type thing. You can call this number and ask to be forwarded to student services, and one of us will pick up. Does anyone have any questions about how to contact us at student services? Great. There's also this portal on Moodle, which it is a lot of information, but if you ever have some time and you want to take a look, there's all this important information about, for example, right here is important dates, and you'll want to know those dates because it's, for example, dates for the end of the semester or the payment deadline, etc. There's also things like information on GuardMe, health insurance, and immigration advising. So this is kind of an overview of all the things that we can help you with. And we will go through all of these in more detail on the next slides, but briefly, it's academic support, registration and finance, program progression, personal advising, and student account updates. So what is academic support? Academics is another department separate from student services. So we don't actually have the power to directly change your grades. We can't request that we can't make your instructor do things. You know, I wish I was a magical being and I could just be like, yeah, everyone gets an A, but we can't do that. So what we can do is we can help you get through the process of certain, I guess, academic policies. So if you want to do a grade appeal, if at the end of the semester you think, oh, this grade isn't what I expected, and you have a reason for it, we can help you go through those steps. We can also be the go-between between you and your instructor. So we always encourage students to contact their instructor first, but if you're not receiving a reply from your instructor for several days, come to us and we can just see if we can set up a meeting or a discussion. So the two most important, well, not most important, the most common policies that we use are the missed tests and classes policy and the student complaints policy. So those are the two most things that come up most often. And there's a QR code here for people who want to actually read the policies themselves. You don't have to because we're here to interpret it and explain it to you, but if you ever want to know where the college stands on certain subjects, you can look here on the Lambton in Toronto International Student Portal. So one of the policies we have that's probably the most important one for students to know is this student rights and responsibilities policy. So if you don't read anything throughout the term, please just read that one because it is a document that outlines how we expect students to behave toward their instructors, toward each other, but it also outlines how instructors are supposed to behave towards you, right? So it's not just a one-way thing where you're supposed to, give respect and you don't get it back. It is in the policy that we need to all work together to have a positive learning environment. And obviously this is for things like harassment and racism and bullying, which we try to prevent as much as we can by being proactive with the student complaints policy. So let's say you're in class and the professor says something and it's just really upsetting, it's really offensive, and you're just like, what the hell, what's happening? So the first thing that we want you to do is to actually get in contact with your instructor. And there's a couple of reasons for that, but the most important one is that if someone's offended you, they have the right to know that, right? Because they might not have even realized that what they were saying was offensive or not. And also because we want to help you guys learn how to deal with conflict in an effective and professional way, right? But we do have students who come to us and they say, oh, I'm afraid to speak up about my instructor because I'm afraid that the instructor will just target me, will make my life hell, will give me a 0, pick on me, etc. But we actually have a 0 tolerance policy for retaliation against students. So if you ever listen to Michael, the director of the college, he often says that the fastest way an instructor can get dismissed is by retaliating against a student. So if that ever happens, please come and tell us, right? And we generally encourage complaints no matter what they're about, because if someone doesn't speak up, we don't actually know that there's a problem sometimes, right? We're not sitting in class with you guys. We don't have the same student experience. So if you feel like something's wrong, please tell us so we can improve it. So just a little bit on stereotyping and generalization. As an international college, there's about 50 or so countries around the world represented here. So there's a lot of diversity in the student body, which might include some cultures and countries that you're not familiar with. But the thing we want to really try and avoid is making blanket statements about any group of people. So the example we have here is Canadians love cold weather, which is not really a bad thing, right? It's not negative, but it also just doesn't apply to everyone. I was born in Mississauga, and every time it's really cold out, I wrap a scarf around my face so you can only see like my eyes because I hate the cold. Okay? So it doesn't apply to all Canadians. It might apply to most Canadians, but we just want to try to avoid making generalizing blanket statements. And we also want to give people the opportunity to, be an individual, right? We want to get to know each other based on who we are as opposed to what we assume about them. And then finally, just keeping in mind that every single person in this college, regardless of where they came from, came here to learn and for opportunities, right? So these are things that we need to focus on, the things that connect us more than the things that will divide us. Okay, so missed classes policy. Does anyone know what the IRCC expectation is for you for missed classes? No? It's really easy. It's 0, right? So according to that policy, all international students are expected to be present in class every time a class is scheduled. But that's not a realistic expectation because, you know, people get sick, things happen, you might have to miss a class or miss a test, right? So what we try to tell students is to be as proactive as you can, okay? If you have a test on Wednesday and on Monday night you start feeling ill and you have a fever, your throat is starting to hurt, you should email your professor about that and tell them that there's a chance that you might not be able to come to class for X reason, right? Because the worst case scenario is that you wake up on Wednesday and you feel fine, and then you just go to class and take your test. No harm done. But if you do wake up on Wednesday and you're just dying in bed, right? At least the professor knows that you tried to tell him in advance, and they're much more likely to look favorably upon a request to retake a test, right? Just know, though, that you might have to provide documentation if you're going to be missing, if you're missing a lot of class and you need to have some you need to retake some tests. You may have to show something like a doctor's note to prove that you really are incapacitated. And also that if you miss more than 2 consecutive classes, your instructor will probably email academics and say, this student was absent for 2 weeks in a row. Can you please email them and talk to them and ask them what's happening, right? So we'll probably have a chat with you about it, which is not to get you in trouble, but just to see, is everything okay? Are you dealing with some kind of problem that prevents you from being able to come to class? If so, we can help you with that, right? But yes, if you miss too many classes, you may actually be at risk of failing the course and you may have to take it again. So attendance is really important, and it is a big part of the college's expectations for you guys. So as I said before, you can come to us with pretty much any inquiry, but if you have something technical, like a question about something related to your schedule, your credits, makeup courses, etc., you can also email registration directly, which means that you get an answer faster because you're skipping the step of coming to us, right? Just want to highlight substitute courses. So a substitute course is when you want to take a makeup course for a class that you failed, but that particular class is not being offered this semester. In which case, registration will put you into a class that's very similar, comparable, and that will count as your makeup course. And I have a little video. Would you mind clicking the link, please? Just go to browse YouTube. Yeah. At all Lambton College study locations, we offer classes 6 days a week, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., Monday through Saturday. Sometimes students will have classes scheduled out 3, 4, or 5 days, depending on the semester. Can you go back, please? Mm, Thank you. Okay, so is there any questions about class scheduling or the different way that you will have your calendars laid out? If you do have any questions, feel free to come up and talk to me after the presentation. Okay, so regarding your offer letters, how many of you have actually read your offer letter from start to finish, all 3 pages? Has anyone actually read the offer letter? Okay, that's okay. We just encourage you to read it because it will determine the rest of your time here at Lambton. There's some important things to note about the offer letter, and we're going to highlight a few of them. So box number 23 refers to scholarships, which we get a lot of questions asking about whether Lambton provides scholarships. In general, they are limited to entrance scholarships, right? So each one of these is about $1,000, and it gets deposited. You'll see it reflected in your account sometime in the first term, and you can apply it to your second term at the college. So if you want to know whether you have a scholarship, just look at this box. And there's also any conditions that come with that will be written on the box here. The other thing is a payment code that's unique, I believe unique to you, which is for people who have gotten a loan from an agency in their country, and that agency wants to send the money directly to the college as opposed to transferring it to you, and they want to use Flywire. They will need this payment code, so if they ask for that, just tell them this. There's also a couple other things to go through. So here it says, transfers to other locations or other programs are not permitted. So unfortunately, every once in a while, we get someone in student services who says, oh, I really hate DevOps, you know? It's so boring. I want to study marketing instead. And unfortunately, according to the offer letter, we can't grant that request. You actually would have to withdraw from the college completely and then reapply and be admitted to that program. And the same goes with transferring to a different campus. So if you'd rather study in Mississauga, unfortunately we can't because your offer letter is specifically for the Toronto campus. As she mentioned in the video, sometimes the schedule will include Saturday classes. And this is the number one complaint, I think, among students. You can ask any one of the volunteers and they'll confirm they absolutely hate having Saturday classes. But, you know, we're not doing it to torture you guys or make you miserable. It's because there's no other choice. There's no other day or space to have that class, okay? Students must follow their prescribed program map. We're going to show you what a program map looks like on the next slide. But basically, you do have to follow the exact order that your program map says, and you can't defer a semester or not take your academic break, for example. And then there's this bit about GuardMe coverage. And GuardMe is, it's mandatory for all international students, and there's no opting out of GuardMe, unfortunately. So there's that. And just know that your fees are subject to change every term, depending on the economy. Okay, so on your program map, you're going to find some of this information. So it will tell you any prerequisites you have, what you need in order to graduate, and if you need a co-op or if you need a certain GPA, etc., it will say on your program map. So this is what a program map actually looks like. And each and every one of you has one of these. You can find it on your Sester database, which I assume you all have access to by now, hopefully. Yeah? Has anyone logged into their Sester database account? Okay. So there's a couple different sections here on the program map, and there's a legend as well. So the first is prerequisite, which means a course that you have to take before you take a more advanced course, right? So let's say you want to take CPS 2001. In the box here with the P, it shows you that it has a prerequisite of CPS 1001, which is this class right here. So if you failed this course, you will not be able to take this one, right? So in that case, you would probably take a makeup course at some point in your academic break so that you are eligible to take this. There's also co-requisites, which some programs have, which are classes that are mandatory to be taken side by side. And there's also hybrid classes, which means it's half online and half in person. And then some classes that are 100% online. So your academic break is scheduled for the end, after the end of term 2, and you can't skip it, unfortunately. And we encourage students to take, to take the time to find employment or, to explore Canada. We think it's a valuable part of your academic experience. And then the final portion of your degree will be your co-op or will term. So not every program has a co-op or a will, but most do. A co-op is a program where you will be employed and you'll be paid, right? The college offers paid co-op positions. And to be eligible for co-op, you need to have a minimum GPA of generally 2.8 for your first 2 terms only, okay? And then some courses, they have a higher GPA requirement for co-op, but in general, it's 2.8. There's also, if you can't meet the 2.8 grade point average, there's also WILL project, which stands for Work Integrated Learning. So it's designed to simulate a co-op where you will be in class in the college and completing different assignments with your peers. And then finally, here on the side, you'll be able to see these hours, which will tell you how many hours you'll be in class a week. So here for term 1, it says 19, so you'll have 19 hours of class. Okay, so failed courses or low GPA. So to graduate from the college, you need a GPA of 2.0, and a passing grade in your course is a D, which is a 1.0. So unfortunately, you can't just get all Ds and still graduate. You do also have to get some other grades in there. So if you happen to fail a course, don't panic. Every term, we always get people in student services, and they're crying and they're saying, my life is over, I'm not gonna be able to graduate, I'll have to go back home, all these different things. And that's definitely not the case. We offer makeup courses every semester, so you can retake a course that you failed, or if you don't like your grade in a course, you got a D and you wanna bring up your GPA, you can take that again as well. You will have to pay for each makeup course that you take, but it's always an option. And if the particular course that you want is not being offered, registration will give you a substitute course. Students usually ask us which semester they should be retaking their courses. It really depends on you and your schedule and what your goals are. But in general, we try to tell students to take it during your academic break. And there's a couple really good reasons for that. And the first is if it's a class that you struggled with previously, you won't have any other courses, so you'll be able to concentrate fully on that one course to get a better grade, right? The second reason is because it says, as it says here, co-op eligibility is officially determined at the start of term 3, right? So I said that it's the first 2 terms GPA which determines co-op eligibility, but any makeup courses that you take during your academic break will boost your GPA. So if you have a 2.7 and you really want to get into co-op, I would recommend doing it during your academic break. But of course, you can also take it during your regular semesters, but just know that you'll be taking your regular course load plus that makeup course. And registration for makeup courses will always be announced on Moodle, and you'll have about 3 weeks to request them, so you have some time, but just know that you need to be checking Moodle for that, and you can request them on the CESTR database. Any questions on makeup courses or low GPA? So if you finish your will project and you still don't have a 2.0 GPA, you will have to take an additional semester. So just try to, just know that you do have to meet that minimum, and you also are not allowed to fail any of your classes and still graduate. So if you fail, you have to take it again. So just try to pass, you know, just try to get that 5.0. Okay, this is more of a housekeeping item, but how many of you have uploaded your study permit to the CESTR database? Okay. Everyone else, please make a note to do that soon. The college needs that document, and registration will have to chase you down if you don't upload it. If you do run into any technical errors, please just email us at Student Services with the documents, and we'll upload it for you. Okay, Student Council. Student Council is kind of a big deal at the college because it's the people who organize the events for college. So everyone who enrolls here pays a small fee, and that fee goes towards events. It's included in your tuition. So student council are the members that they will brainstorm, they will come up with a budget, and they will plan and execute the entire event. And it's you also get a certificate at the end of your term as student council. We also have executive positions for student council. We have like a president, a vice president, media person, events person, etc. Actually, this year was the first year in the history of the college where we have a female student council president. So, yay, that was fun. So there's just a couple of eligibility criteria here. The most important one is that you have to be at every meeting. We only meet once a month, so just know that that's the level of commitment that we are asking for. And just to show up at events and help set up, clean up, etc., volunteer with the event. So if you have any questions about student council, you can email here, but also you can go to, I believe the study room has a couple of student council members, and also at the part-time job fair on Thursday and Friday, there will be a booth, and you can ask them any questions that you have about student council. Actually, there's a student council member up there, Rajat. Yeah, yay, hello. Okay, housing. Um, so generally, any housing inquiries should be sent to housing@sistercollege.com. And just know that they have, one of the resources that they have is a WhatsApp group, which is for students that are seeking roommates or, they have a room to let, etc. So if you want to connect with your fellow students and rent a place together, you should email housing@sister college and ask to be added to that WhatsApp group. Okay, so there's a couple different food options on campus. There's the canteen, which you guys will be able to try. I believe tomorrow is the day where they have the canteen food available. The canteen serves hot meals, so they have some curries, but they also have burgers, sandwiches, etc. And it's all really reasonably priced. A plate of curry is about $8, so it's accessible for students. Secondly, there's Tim Hortons, which is kind of like a very Canadian brand. I don't know if anyone's ever been there yet, but just wait until the ice cap season starts. Everyone will be carrying that ice cap around campus. And then finally, there's Desi Deli, which is the grocery service. They have a booth down there, and it's like an Instacart type deal where you go onto the app, you select the different grocery items that you want, and you go and pick it up from them. So we have a little video on TikTok. Lambton College has a TikTok for everyone who, is up to date on the latest, the latest trends. And in this TikTok, they mentioned something called Bang Bang Shop, which no longer exists. It was replaced by Desi Deli.
Need a snack? Our students got your back. Here are some of the snacks you must try. Samosas from the canteen at Lambton.
Matar paneer rice.
Choco soda.
Bread omelette.
Ice cream and cookie from Bang Bang Shop. Bubble tea and veggie sandwich from the Bang Bang Shop.
Fish fry chicken burger and strap from the Team Hotel.
Polo shake.
Ice cap proteins.
French vanilla.
Hash brown.
Crispy chicken.
What do you like?
It's my top choice.
What's your must try?
Finally, we're going to go over some of the different resources available to students. The first is the library. The library has several full-time librarians working there. So if you ever need help finding materials for research, you can always ask them. But they also have textbooks for the courses, right? So if you don't want to buy a textbook, when you get your student card, you'll be able to rent them and then bring them back, right? So it's a really great resource if you just don't want to pay for textbooks. I never paid for textbooks when I was in college because they're really expensive. And it's also just a really nice place to study because everyone's quiet, being productive, etc. And this is another resource that the librarians can help you find. It's a library resource for academic journals. So when you guys are writing assignments and you need to cite journals and things, this is where you would want to go for that. And you can ask the librarians to help you. Okay, that's it. Thank you for sitting patiently through the presentation. And I hope you have a great rest of your day. You have we finished about 15 minutes early, so you have a little bit of a break. And if anyone has any questions, feel free to come up and ask me. Thank you. Have a good day.
Good morning, everyone. So, just because our crowd has grown a little bit since this morning, I just wanted to give you just a little bit of housekeeping. Everyone is scanning this QR code so that you can be entered into the draw for the end of the day. And then also, just it's a choose your own adventure. The next session starts at 10:30. You can either, oh, wrong day. You can either stay here and learn about the wellness supports and immigration counseling that's available to students on campus, or you can go to room 218 and you'll meet Mark, and you'll meet our student supports team, so tutoring and academic clubs. You can go to 218. If you don't want to do that now, you can do the same, both sessions are offered twice today, so you can choose one now and the other one later, so you can stay put and you'll hear from Janice. We're going to get started at 10:30. I'm going to put the QR code back up for 5 minutes until we get started, okay? Everyone's good? There we go. Okay. Make sure you scan that at some point today to be entered into the draw. Hello. Okay. Good morning. So we're going to start our next session. It's 10:30. We're going to get started with Janice. She is the wellness coordinator at the college. She is spectacular. She started with the college last September. She's going to walk you through all of the supports that are available to students, whether you're having troubles with stress, whether you're having troubles with, maybe homesickness, all of that stuff. Janice can help you with. And after Janice, our immigration consultant will be joining us to walk you through what you can expect over the next couple years, things that you should be paying attention to. Zoe is not on campus every day, but she is available. She's the immigration consultant. She is available for drop-in. If you have specific questions today, you can go and see her, or she can see you after her session as well. She'll be on twice today. Janice is here 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. Thank goodness. She's spectacular, and I'll turn things over to Janice now.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all having a good orientation so far. As Shauna mentioned, my name is Janice D'Souza. I'm the mental health and wellness counselor at the college. So just to start off with a show of hands, how many of you are excited to be here? Okay. How many of you are nervous? Just one, okay. And how many of you are missing family and friends back home? A few, okay. The point is there's obviously various emotions and feelings that are coming up that will continue to come up, and a lot of times we can't always share that with our close family or friends, but you can share that with me if and when you are comfortable. So it is a safe space. Whatever you share with me is confidential, and that's essentially what I'm here for. So let's start off by defining what mental health is. So mental health is a part of everyone. It is something to look after. It is real and complex. It is really important to pay attention to, and it is something that can be changed over time. What it isn't is a sign of weakness. It's not all in your head. It's not something you can just snap yourself out of. It's not always a negative thing, and it's nothing to be ashamed of. So that is my email address up there if you ever need to get in touch with me. But also under student services, there is a health and wellness page on Moodle. So you can access my schedule there as well to schedule any one-on-one time with me. As Shauna mentioned before, I am here Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And my office is in this building right near the reception area in the main hallway. So as your mental health and wellness counselor, I aim to promote a safe space and encourage open conversation. I empower people to share their stories. I encourage you to seek help without fearing judgment. I believe in self-care, and I promote empathy. So we do have other mental health certified members at the college as well. That's a few of them up there with their email addresses. Once again, all of this can be found on the Moodle page as well. In case I'm with a student or there's an emergency or you just like to speak to someone else, we do have options. So what's currently happening at the college to address well-being? So Tune In Tuesdays. Every Tuesday, I try to post information or strategies on how to manage stress or just kind of what's going on at the college. So you can check for that on Moodle. And then Wellness Wednesdays. So every Wednesday at 3 p.m., myself and a bunch of students, we take a 20-minute walk. Now that the weather's getting better, we'll do that outside. Mindful Fridays, every Friday at 3 p.m., we engage in mindfulness practices. So it's just a great way for us to kind of de-stress at the end of the week. Talking Circle, it's bi-weekly group therapy sessions. So if the word therapy sounds scary, it's really just conversations with myself, some staff, and other students. And we talk about what you guys want to talk about, what's been going on for you, what's challenging. And then we end off with a fun or light activity. And lastly, the last one I mentioned is on-site virtual counseling. So that's scheduling one-on-one time with myself. This can either be done at my office or through video or Teams. Something that I want you all to take away from this session and to be mindful of is self-care. Now, it seems pretty straightforward, but as we get busy and we have pressures of school, work, and other things, a lot of times we forget ourselves. So what is self-care? It's the mindset, activities, practices, and habits that we bring to cope with stress, unhappiness, illness, depression, and any other negative emotions. So pretty straightforward. For self-care, make sure you're sleeping and eating well. Practice mindfulness, take a moment for yourself, exercise or get some sort of physical activity, eat your favorite food or watch your favorite movie, go out with friends, art, listen to music, read a book, even taking a nice warm bath, and lastly, all of our favorite, take time off social media. Really challenge yourself to do that because a lot of times social media can cause comparisons and add to more stress. So why is taboo and stigma up here? In many, many cultures, mental health is still not openly expressed or talked about. There is still a lot of shame around it. So what is taboo? It's a social or religious custom prohibiting or forbidding discussion of a particular practice or forbidding association with a person, place, or thing. And a stigma is that negative attitude or idea about a mental, physical, or social feature of a person or group of people that involves social disapproval. This issue is a big concern for people with mental health conditions within society. So what I'm trying to say is please don't be ashamed or embarrassed. If you do need help, please don't hesitate to reach out. It really is okay. So I want to move on to address bullying. So the reason I'm addressing bullying is because it can have a significant impact on one's well-being. There's 4 main types of bullying. Verbal bullying, that's saying or writing mean things. So that's teasing, name calling, inappropriate sexual comments, taunting, or threatening to cause harm. Social bullying is referred to as relational bullying, which involves hurting someone's reputation or relationships. So leaving someone out on purpose, telling other people not to be friends with someone or to join in a group, spreading rumors about someone, or embarrassing someone in public. Physical bullying involves hurting a person's body or their things, so that's anything from hitting, kicking, pinching, spitting, tripping, pushing, taking or breaking someone's things, or making mean or rude hand gestures. Lastly, cyberbullying. It's bullying using digital technology, so that's social media, messaging platforms, or gaming platforms. Essentially, that's spreading lies about or posting embarrassing photos or videos of someone on social media, sending hurtful, abusive, or threatening messages, images, or videos, and lastly, impersonating someone and sending mean messages to others on their behalf through fake accounts. Like I said, bullying does impact one's mental health and well-being. You never know what's happening in someone's life outside of the college. They can already be going through things, so just be really mindful of that when you show up every day. You don't want to be the reason someone stops coming to class or attends college at all. So bullying can lead to depression and anxiety, increased feelings of sadness and loneliness, changes in sleep and eating patterns, loss of interest in activities they used to enjoy, and lastly, like I said, decreased attendance and academic achievement. The college takes sexual harassment very, very seriously, so please be mindful of this as well. And if the next couple of slides are triggering for anyone, I apologize, and if you need to step away, that's also okay. There's 4 main types of sexual harassment. So verbal, sexual jokes and rumors, name calling, threats, harassing phone calls, or pressuring someone into any type of sexual act. Nonverbal is a display of sexual pictures or photos, obscene gestures, body language, or whistling. Written is any type of sexual graffiti, notes and emails, Facebook and other social media platforms. And lastly, physical, so any type of forced sexual conduct. Always ask for consent, and please be very, very mindful of this. I cannot emphasize this enough. Once again, sexual harassment can impact one's mental health. You don't know what's triggering for someone. It can have a lot of negative effects on the physical and mental health of individuals, such as post-traumatic stress disorder, which can cause intrusive memories, flashbacks, nightmares, and emotional distress, depression, anxiety leading to nervousness, fear, and panic, substance abuse as a way of coping, and lastly, suicidal ideation and self-harm. So a lot of times individuals are afraid to disclose or speak up because 1, they don't want other people to know, once again going back to shame and guilt. 2nd, they fear lack of proof or they won't be believed. Fear of retaliation, so they're afraid if they speak up what that person will do as a result. Being unsure of whether what happened is defined as assault, it doesn't matter. If you were made to feel at harm or unsafe by any type of reasoning or action, come and speak to someone. Not knowing how or who to report to, like I said, you can always come to me. If there's someone else that you trust, you can also speak to them. Fear of being treated poorly or differently, lack of support, unaware of options or resources, relationship to the abuser, and fear of getting involved with the criminal justice system. I've had a lot of students be concerned and ask, will this affect my studies or status in Canada? The short answer is no, because at the end of the day, your safety is a priority. So we do have other mental health and wellness resources. So there's tons of community services and resources, and we can make referrals out for that. GuardMe is your international insurance coverage. On Friday, there's a session on that. I encourage all of you to attend for more information. We have on-campus wellness counseling and activities. We have Venti. So Venti is an AI-powered mental health companion or tool. It was actually created by a student who used to go here. It's really to be used for basic day-to-day strategies, not as an emergency line. And lastly, SNO is our charity organization focused on international students that we work really closely with. So the college nurse could not be here today, but her name is Karen. She's usually here on a scheduled basis. If you ever need to see her for any reason, please go to reception and ask for her schedule. So Karen's role is to meet with students to discuss any health concerns you may be experiencing. She'll connect with staff and instructors regarding any of your requests for medical exemptions or online learning, and provide on-site first aid and emergency care when required. So that's her email address up there as well, but it's also on the Moodle page. So Karen's roles are to assess, evaluate, maintain, and improve the health of students, help promote the prevention of illness and disability, help with early detection and correction of health problems, to provide confidential health advice to individual students, assess students who are feeling ill and with symptom management, and determine any further care by a medical doctor, to manage and isolate students who may have an infectious disease, and lastly, to communicate with other members of staff and faculty regarding the welfare of students. Additionally, she also assists staff with medical documentation, so verifying all of that if anyone requests missed class or tests or exams, respond to medical emergency situations, and provide first aid treatment. She'll assist and provide any help with accessing mobile doctor or further information regarding GuardMe. And lastly, to assist in the overall health and wellness needs of students through teaching them and linking students with appropriate community supports. So this is our mental health and wellness WhatsApp group. We have over 200 students part of it now. It's really just a way for all of us to connect. I'm part of the group along with some staff and other mental health resources and a bunch of students. It's really just to be aware of what's going on at the college, and we really discuss any challenges that you guys are facing. I can leave it up here for a few seconds for whoever wants to join. It's also outside my room door and on Moodle if you don't get to today. While people are scanning that, just my final note is I really do encourage all of you not to wait until you feel like you've hit rock bottom before you ask for help. It's really okay to just, even if you want to come and see me and just have a conversation about what's going on, I really do encourage you to reach out. So please don't be afraid. Lastly, we do have a multicultural and expressive arts talent show day coming up next month or the month after. It's really a way for students to express themselves through art, poetry, song, dance. I'm sure a lot of you are talented out there, so please try out if you are comfortable, and yeah, stay tuned for that. Other than that, that's all for me. Does anyone have any questions, comments, concerns? Okay, thank you all for listening. I believe we have Zoe up next for immigration.
Good morning, nice meeting you. My name is Zoe. I'm an immigration consultant at the college. So in this session of the orientation, we're going to talk about some important information about understanding your immigration status in Canada. So first, we will start by talking a little bit about the immigration service at the college and what we can provide to you. The college retains service from licensed immigration consultants and licensed immigration student advisors. The immigration service is available on dropping basis during our office hour, and the office hour is every Monday from 9 to 5. And if you have any other concerns, questions, or if you want to book an appointment at another time, you're welcome to send us an email at immigration@college.com, so we will be able to help you. Also, you may find some resources and information about immigration service on your Moodle page. In terms of the service, what can we provide? We will be able to help you through your application for a study permit, work permit, your TRV, your any kinds of visa and your restoration or extension. So if you lose your status, you don't know what to do about your immigration status in Canada, we will be able to help. Also, if any of you are interested in, for example, permanent residency of Canada or applying for citizenship for Canada, we'll be able to help. And we will also be help our students to understand and interpret the policies and the regulations from IRCC. Now, we are going to go through some important questions and make sure you can answer them. Those questions, for example, do you know what is your important immigration documents, and do you know how to understand them? Do you know how to read them? And then do you know what is required to keep your status as an international student in Canada? So what you need to do as an international student while you're studying with Lambton College. And also, do you know what options you have for work? So if during your study you want to also collect some work experience, what should you do? So we will begin with understanding your immigration documents. You have several documents that verify your immigration status in Canada, and each one of them have different details that are important. We are going to take a look at these documents together, and I'm going to point out each of the things that you need to look for and you need to be aware of. The first one will be the passport. So all of you have a passport to travel to Canada. That is very important that that passport remain valid at all time while you are in Canada. If your passport expires, you cannot apply to extend your status document. You will not be able to apply for new documents. You will not be, for example, apply for a driver's license in Canada or even open a bank account in Canada. And if your passport is going to be expire in 6 months, you will probably not be able to travel back to Canada if you leave the country. So it is crucial to keep your passport valid and safe. And if you lose your passport or if your passport is going to expire, please contact the embassy in Canada as soon as possible so that you can renew your passport ahead of time. Then you have the temporary resident visa or electronic travel authorization. You will have either of the two documents based on the country of citizenship. So most of our students may have a TRV to come to Canada. That is your travel document, that is your entry document, but it is not your status document. The status document will be your study permit. That is the document that allows you to stay and study in Canada legally. If you have the co-op in your program, you will also need a co-op work permit to complete the program. And some of you have already received that at the port of entry, but some of you, even if you have the co-op in your program, you didn't receive that. And it's okay, we can do something about it, and we will talk about this later. Let's take a look at our temporary resident visa first, because most of our students do have this document to enter Canada. So when you apply for your first study permit, IRCC will ask for your passport first, and then they will put this stamp on your passport so that you can travel to Canada and collect your first study permit at the airport. So this document only allows you to travel into Canada. Once you are in Canada, you don't actually need it. So if it expires and you stay in Canada, you do not want to leave the country, it is okay. However, if you need to leave Canada, if you need to, for example, during the holidays, you want to travel back to the home country to visit family or friends, please make sure you have a valid visa to come back. You will need a valid visa to cross the border of Canada. And your TRV is usually issued with the same expiration date of your study permit. Then it's a more important one, the study permit. So it is, again, the status document. It allows you to study in Canada. It defines you as an international student in Canada. And this is an example of the study permit, and you can see it contains a lot of information. Firstly, it has your personal information. So you can see your name, your date of birth, your gender, your country of citizenship. Please take a closer look at those information, because sometimes IRCC makes mistakes. There might be a typo of your name. There might be something wrong with the country of citizenship. If any of that happen, please contact RCC immediately so that RCC can change that error on your study permit. Also, the second part will be the additional information about your program or your school. So you may see Lambton College, you may see Designated Learning Institution in Ontario, and it is all okay. And in the field of study, it may be, for some students, they may have the question like, my actual study program at Lambton College is different from the one printed on my study permit. And it is still okay. So as long as you study at the same level of education, you can still use that study permit. However, if you apply for your first study permit using another school's offer, you will need to contact RCC and notify them that you've changed the school. On your study permit, there will also be the conditions and the remarks. Again, please read those lines carefully. You will need some condition to fulfill your requirement in Canada. For example, if as a student you want to work off campus, you must have that employment condition on your study permit. If there is no employment condition and you want to work off campus, you need to contact RCC to have those conditions added. And in the remarks, similar story, some students may see you cannot accept any kinds of off-campus employment. If you are eligible to work off campus, please contact RCC immediately to amend that document. The next thing you will need to do is please check the expiry date of your study permit. If it's not going to cover your whole study program, it means you will need to extend your study permit. So make sure your study permit remain valid until you complete your last day of the program. If you fail to extend your study permit before it expires, you may lose your status in Canada. And if you lose your status in Canada, you can actually restore your status, but it will take several months to do that, and you will pay additional hundreds of dollars to do that. And you cannot study, you cannot work during the restoration. So try your best to avoid that. And the worst case scenario, if you lose your status in Canada, you may need to leave the country. Then, as a study permit holder, IRCC actually requires you to fulfill some requirements. For example, you must actively pursue study. So what is actively pursue study in Canada? That is, as a student, you must always register with a designated learning institution, so that means you must be a student at Lambton College or any other college. And you must study full-time. You must make reasonable efforts towards the completion of your program. And if something happens, you have to take a gap, you have to take some time off from the college. Remember that the maximum day you can take away from the study is 150 days. Something about authorized leave. So what is authorized leave? So in addition to the scheduled break written on your program map, if an accident happens, if you need to take additional break because, for example, family emergency, medical reason, or pregnancy, you will need to first notify the college. If the college approves your leave based on your valid reason, that will be an authorized leave. And still, the authorized leave cannot be longer than 150 days. Okay? And you will also need to keep a record of all the documents. Let me give you an example. For you take and leave because of a medical reason. So it is best that you keep all the medical notes, like reports, doctor's notes, so that in any future application, you can explain to IRCC and provide those supporting documents. IRCC will determine a student, like whether he or she is actively pursue study. And if you fail to provide those documents, so IRCC may have some reasonable suspicion on whether you can make efforts towards the completion of your study. And the risk of leave. Even if your leave is approved by the college, if it's too long, or if you take multiple leave in your study, IRCC officer may still have some questions on whether you actively pursue study. So try to avoid that. Try your best to complete the program as it's supposed to be. Okay. And then the co-op work permit. So how many of you actually have the co-op in your program but haven't get that from the airport? Oh, okay. Several students. It's fine. You can apply online. So the application can be submitted online. It's not very complicated and it's free of charge. So if you do not know how to do that, later you can send me an email or visit me in the office so I will be able to help you with that. So the co-op work permit will look like this. Remember, it is only valid for your co-op placement. So you cannot use your co-op work permit to work off campus, work for any employer. You can only use it to work for the employer that is approved by college's co-op program. So in the co-op work permit, you will see, for example, some information about the program, about your job. Let's see the job, the occupation. So some of you may have open, some of you may have any, some of you may have co-op, and it is all okay. And the employer here, some of you have open, any, or some of you have Lambton College described as your employer. It doesn't mean that you can only work for Lambton College. It means that you can work for any employers that is approved by Lambton College. And similarly, the locations, the same story. It can be Toronto, it can be Sarnia, it can be anything, as long as it's under additional information. However, if there's any condition under the conditions or remarks section, you must follow them. So if in your remark or condition section, there's a line saying you can only work for the employer that is located in Toronto, you may need to contact IRCC to remove that because you may work for like an employer in another city in your co-op. Also, please check the expiry date of your co-op work permit. You will have the same expiration date as your study permit. So if you need to extend your study permit, usually it means you need to extend your co-op work permit at the same time. So if your document has any errors or mistakes, you will need to contact IRCC to amend the document. If your documents are lost or stolen, you will need to contact IRCC immediately to replace the document. So I would suggest that you take a photo of your documents, make a copy, or at least save an electronic copy of it in your computer so that you will always have a version in your hand. Something about working. So a lot of students want to collect some work experience in Canada. They want to start building their network while they are a student here. So fortunately, yes, you can do that. However, before you sign a contract with any employer, before you accept a job, please check whether you have the work authorization, okay? There are different kinds of work and you need different kinds of authorization to accept that job. For example, for on-campus work or off-campus work as an international student, you must be a student at the college, you must study full-time, you must have that condition on your study permit, and you must have a SIN number. And for co-op employment, you must have a co-op work permit. For work after graduation, you must have a post-graduation work permit. Then how many hours can you work? For on-campus work, during regular school sessions, you can still work full-time. So on-campus work means that you are employed by Lambton College. You work for the college and you can work full-time. However, if you work outside of the campus, you work for any employers outside the campus, the work hour limitation currently is 20 hours per week during regular school terms. However, this will change into 24 hours per week in this September. But for now, still 20 hours. I've heard some rumors, some students have this saying like we can work 30 hours. It is not true, only 20 hours. And during scheduled break, you can find the information about your scheduled breaks. During the scheduled breaks, you can work full-time. And during authorized leaves, you cannot work. So work after graduation, we'll touch this a little bit. As a student, If you want to graduate from this college and then work in Canada, you must fulfill several eligibility requirements. The most important one is you must be a full-time student, except your last semester. So if you have 4 terms in your study, you must be a full-time student in your term 1, 2, or 3. So if you become a part-time student, or if you have any reason you took gap in your study, IRCC may reject your application for post-graduation work permit application. So if you have any valid reason for the gap, or you have any valid reason for becoming a part-time student, please keep documents. Please, record the supporting documents so that you can explain to IRCC about the reason of gap or part-time student status. And a little bit about immigration compliance. So what is immigration compliance? That means as an international student in Canada, you must obey the law. You must follow the regulations. You cannot violate the condition on your study permit or your work permit. So what is violation? Give you some examples. Failing to attend class, failing to pay tuition so that you cannot register with the college, or fail to maintain your full-time student status, or you fail too many courses so you have the academic suspension. That's all examples of violation. And if you violate the condition of your permits, your future applications will be affected. So when you, in the future, you apply to extend your study permit, or in the future apply to the post-graduation work permit, RCC may refuse your application. So please bear in mind that you should complete the program as it's supposed to be, try your best to be a good student, maintain a good GPA so that you can graduate from the program successfully. And this is the official website of IRCC, Immigration, Refugee, and Citizenship Canada. You will be able to find the most accurate and up-to-date information on this website. And the college also provides immigration service. So if you have any questions, if you need any information, please find us, book an appointment with us so that you can have the correct information. Try to avoid only get information from a friend, a colleague, or neighbor, or relative, because their information may not apply to you. The policies, the procedures can always change, and try to go to IRCC website before you make any decision, and try to talk with the college before you make any decisions. Just to sum up, as an international student, please study full-time, please make continuous progress towards the completion of your program, and never work without authorization. And keep your immigration documents, and make sure your immigration documents are 100% correct and accurate. Consult the college before you make changes to your program or your study plans. Okay, if you have any questions, you can raise your hand. Okay, awesome, and thank you for joining me today, and good luck to you all.
Hey everybody, how's your day going so far? Good? All right. So we'll be hearing from our director at 11:30, so just about 19 minutes. And I think there's still a session going on upstairs, so hopefully they finish in time for that too. But thanks all for being here. And then after the director's welcome, there'll be snacks available as well. So those will be upstairs, but that's after you meet Michael, our director. So just hang tight with us for a little bit, and Michael should be here shortly. Thanks, guys.
couple minutes. We probably have, is everyone here? Is the session from 2:18 out? How are we doing? Good morning so far? When I'm up here later on today, I'll ask you how exhausted you are, because you probably will be. You're going to be taking in a lot today. But as I mentioned in my Canadian Culture session earlier, it's all on Moodle too. You can reach out to any of us, the people that you met, the speakers today. All of our contact information is on Moodle. Also, I'll be sending out after this week, so next week sometime I'll send a note out about links to the recordings if you want to look at anything that was live streamed here in the atrium. And of course, you're going to be meeting your program coordinator and your co-op advisor today, so you can always reach out to them because you're getting their information today. So lots of information that you'll get after today. Today is like drinking through the fire hose. You're going to get a whole bunch of information thrown at you. Are we good upstairs? Oh, okay. I'm just making sure that we have everyone here from the breakout sessions. And before we get started, because we have a bit of a celebrity here to talk to everyone. Yeah, we're good? Oh, it's still going. Okay, so maybe shake hands with the person next to you. Take a few minutes. They are just running a little bit late, and I just want to give everyone a chance to get into the atrium before we get started. And we'll hear from the director, and then you'll have a half-hour break. And from what I understand, we actually have food, some additional food on campus today. But we do have snacks. We have snacks in the room just outside the 233, which is right where my colleague Colin is standing, or my 11 o'clock. Just behind him is where we'll be providing the snacks today. Okay, so we'll just give our 218. Actually, I'll turn the mic over to Michael. He's the director of the college. You've been with the college for over 10 years now. Watched the college grow. He is spectacular, and the college would not be what it is today without Michael, so I will turn things over to him, and he's going to give you some words of wisdom about how to be successful at Lambton College in Toronto.
Thank you very much, Shauna. Welcome, students. Hope everyone's doing well. And you know what? This college wouldn't be successful without Shauna. She's been here longer than me, and does a great job of quality, orientation, all the different things that we need to make sure that the quality is here at Lambton College. Because you know Lambton College in Toronto, it's the highest visa approval rate. When you break down Lambton College, your chances of getting your visa approved are a lot higher than a lot of our competitors, the other 24 colleges that are in the system. Anyways, welcome to Lambton College. It's great to have you here. We've been around since the summer of 2011. We started with 30 students. Now we have over 7,000 new and returning students. And since the summer of 2011, over 25,000 graduates. So a lot of people have come through these doors, and there's a lot of success here. And I want you to see that. Who's got LinkedIn? LinkedIn? Just a few people? LinkedIn? It's the greatest networking tool. Make sure you get it. When you get your LinkedIn, invite me as your college director. Once I see that you're a Lambton College in Toronto student, I will accept you. And you're going to see over 10,000 graduates, students, employers, instructors, educators that are on that site. And I want you to ask them directly, how's Lambton College? How's Canada? How's this industry? Listen to people who have been here and have experienced what we're doing and what we've done, and it's fantastic to have you here. Now, before I continue on, I want to find out a little bit about you and where you're from. All our students here are international, okay? 100%, and they come from over 35 different countries. So I just want to find out where you're from. Okay, I think we've got a microphone. Okay, who wants to kick it off? Where are you from? Anyone? Mexico. Who's from Mexico? Okay. Where in Mexico? Yucatan. Okay. I asked you where because my wife's Mexican. She's a jarocha from Veracruz. So welcome. We have lots of Mexican students. Welcome, welcome to Lambton. Who else? Philippines, fantastic. Philippines is a big market for us right now. We've got a lot of students from Philippines and from Nepal too, so welcome. Okay, you're from where? Okay, you're from Jamaica. Welcome. Okay, you said Montego Bay, right? Jamaica, welcome. We have a lot of Jamaican students. Great to have you here. Thank you. Where else? Okay, where else are students from? India, but where in India? Hyderabad. Welcome. Lots of students from there. Where else do we have students from? That's it? Come on, you guys are shy. Yes. Colombia. Very nice country. From Nepal. We have a lot of students from Nepal. Welcome. Yeah. Welcome. Nigeria. Lots of Nigerian students. Been with us right from the beginning, so welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you. Other countries. Other countries. Yes. Thailand. Welcome. Excellent. Where else? Yes, ma'am. Turkey. We have lots of Turkish students also. Fantastic. Welcome. Excellent. Where else? That's it. Don't be shy. Where else are you from? And our Indian students, I want to know what part of India, because I hear lots of parts that we have students, but I get surprised at every orientation. There's an area that I've never heard of before. Okay. Where else? Yes. Punjab. We have lots of students from Punjab. Welcome. Great to have you. Yes. Gujarat. Welcome. We have lots of students from Gujarat. Awesome. Say it again. Andhra Pradesh. Welcome. You know what? I heard that area a couple semesters ago for students that I heard are coming from there for the first time. So welcome, welcome to Lambton College. Where else? Where else? From? Haryana, yes. I've heard that. Thank you very much. Welcome. Kerala, of course. Mumbai, yes, welcome. Excellent. Okay, anywhere else? Yes. From Nepal? Fantastic. Yeah. My nephew was in Nepal. You're from Nepal, right? My nephew went to Nepal. He didn't want to come back. He said he loved it. He loved it there. Just loved it. Yeah. Where else? Where else? Kerala. Okay. Now, listen. What you've got to do is network. It's easy to find a job in Canada. It's hard to find the right job. It's hard to find the right job. And the only way you find the right job is by networking, because no one will ever buy anything from you if they don't like you. What are you going to sell them? You're going to sell them yourself. Where you're from. Canadians, only 60% have a passport. So they've never been to your beautiful countries. They've watched it on YouTube and read about it on Wikipedia. So people would love to hear, what is India really like? What about Colombia? What about Turkey? What about Jamaica? All these beautiful countries. You've got an asset, and the biggest asset that you have is that you speak multiple languages. You've got that fire in the belly to succeed, because Canada is a country that was built by immigrants, okay? We want 100 million people by the end of the century. The only way we can get there is by immigration. We got some problems right now with this immigration minister, because he's saying that, oh my God, we're going to cut the study permits and all that kind of stuff. I'm confident that that decision one day will be reversed. But for yourselves, in your situation, you're safe. Your spouses can work. You'll get the 3-year postgraduate work permit. Everything is in place, okay? For students who start in the fall, it's a different story, but you're okay. And we wish you all the best, and we're here to help you in everything possible. Now, when you network, you have to connect. So even if you get a job, and a lot of our students get survival jobs to start off, but I've seen what our students are capable of doing. I've seen what they're able to get, and you need that confidence. Another way to help build confidence is with the various clubs that we have. We have an excellent Toastmasters chapter. We have a project management guild. We have an ASQ chapter, American Society for Quality, all sorts of different things. A Google Social Developer Club, all sorts of things that you can get involved. Now you're going to say to me, oh my God, I got to work. I got to get here. I got to study. I've got to this and that and the other thing, new country, and you want me to join clubs? It's imperative that you do, because those clubs will help you build up your relationships, because you want the right job. If you want any job, don't come to any clubs. But if you want the right job, you've got to get involved. And we've got lots of opportunities for you to do that. 306 people work here, between instructors and staff and administrators. Each and every person is committed to our students. So reach out. The mother only feeds the baby that cries. If you don't say anything, we think everything's great. How's everything going? Great. It's not great. There's issues. There's problems. There's things that are bothering you. Make sure you reach out to us. We've got student services, co-op and career. We've got our reception area. We've got the academics. We've got the tutoring center. We've got a health and wellness counselor. We have a nurse. We've got an army here of people to help you, and that's why they're here, and that's why I'm here too. So anything that any one of us can do to assist you, you need to reach out. And when you reach out to me, you write me an email. Right on my email, there's a place you could even book an appointment. Okay, so we're all accessible to students, myself included. We need you here. We're glad that you're here. We want to make sure that your experience is as smooth as possible. Now, here's the bad news. We can't do your homework. We can't write your tests. You got to do that. But the situations that you're going to face here as an international student, we've seen many, many situations before. And you may think that it's only unique to you, but you know what? We're experienced. We've seen lots of different things, because sometimes bad things happen to good people, okay? You're in a situation, come talk to us. We're here to help. We've got lots of different things that we can do to assist you. Okay, thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much for choosing Lambton College in Toronto. I look forward to meeting each and every one of you, pronouncing your name the right way, and if there's anything that we can do to assist you, please, please, please do not hesitate. Thank you very much, and thank you to our staff, and thank you to our wonderful ambassadors, our student ambassadors who are helping us today, and they're doing a wonderful job. Thank you very much to everyone. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you so much, Michael. And now we have our break. So for the next 30 minutes, I think 11:45 to 12:15, we'll have a little break for snacks and lunch. And I believe out in the parking lot, we have samosas and tea for you guys. And there's also at various places, there's Tim's and I think and also an Aroma Cafe where you can get some food if you didn't bring your own lunch. But we'll begin the sessions back up at 12:15. So hope to see you guys again. And don't forget to scan the QR code to play our raffle as well.
So the samosas for lunch today were a surprise to me. So the samosas were provided by the canteen next door, the second floor. We have that canteen open starting next week. If you're coming back tomorrow, that's the sponsored lunch tomorrow. He just had the dates mixed up, so he offered it both days. So you guys benefited. Hopefully it was good. Was it good? Samosas were good? I've heard they're good. I haven't tried them. We're going to get started. So is anyone here in CPMT? CPMT? No? Okay, so everyone's figured out the schedule now. CPMT is in room 126 for, sorry, CPCT. It's 12:15, right? Yeah. CPCT. CPCT, anyone? Yes. Okay, so you have a session with Diana in room 126. Let's just see. Yes. 126, it's down here and around the corner. You can join this session in the last segment of the day before your program info session. Anyone else in CPCT? CPCT, CPCT? Does she have anyone up there? Okay. Okay, so everyone take a seat. Just a little bit of housekeeping. Actually, maybe I'll do my housekeeping after Mark's session. I'll turn things over to you. Okay, so next we're going to hear from Mark. This is Canadian culture, right? Can you cue up the Canadian culture? Okay, so if you haven't attended academic integrity yet, you'll get a chance to meet Mark, but for now, I'll just introduce him as a member of the quality assurance team, and he is going to be presenting Canadian culture and transportation.
Thank you very much, Shauna, and hi everyone. And I know that there's a whole bunch of people coming in right now, but I'm gonna start anyways because why not? Let's stay on schedule, right? So welcome everyone. Thank you for coming to my awesome, cool session on Canadian culture. My name is Mark Gonzalez. I'm the academic integrity officer of the college, but I assure you we are not discussing anything academic integrity right now. So this is a bit lighter, okay? So we are gonna discuss a whole bunch of different things related to Canadian culture, and I'm sure that many of you, if I'm not mistaken, are probably here within the first month. You've just arrived, right? Probably, right? So we're gonna go through a lot of different things. What is, culture and all that stuff? There's all kinds of things related to it. But first of all, welcome to the country before we begin that. And we're gonna discuss things that will do more than just define what culture is, because what is it? It's the things that make the country what the country is. So when you're behaving with people, when you're interacting with people, the design and layout of things, this is all related to culture, okay? So in Canada, if you've just arrived and you're big on Canadian culture, you might be aware of some things. You go to a tourist shop, right? You want to buy a souvenir for your family. You might see some of these things at the souvenir shop, okay? So we have bears up here. That's a Canadian thing. We do have bears in certain parts of the country. We have deer and elk, cool. We have a beaver, if you've ever seen a beaver. Those are pretty neat animals, okay? We love hockey. A lot of people love hockey, and we have hockey games going on. The playoffs are happening now, so that's pretty big. But when you think about these things, if you know that a beaver is a Canadian thing, how does that help you in a day-to-day basis? Like, will that help you at the college today? Probably not, right? So there's more to us than this stuff. These are the stereotypes about Canadians. They are the things you can purchase that are Canadian related, but it's not going to really help you get by in the college. So the purpose of this session is to do more than just show you these pictures. It's to help you interact with Canadians. What can you expect, and how can you behave to make your interactions a bit smoother, right? Yes? Oh, okay, so I'll just take a moment. Any students in the room that are CPCT program students? Yeah. There's a session going on that you can't miss, so please attend that. Yeah, not to kick you out or anything, but that's probably a good thing to do. Yeah. All right. So, like I was saying, the stereotypes that we have here, right? So our job is to really deal with these stereotypes, get them out of the way, and make them a bit better for you, and understand. Well, if I want to talk to people here, if I want to behave in a way that makes my life easier in Canada, how do I do that? So we are going to bust through some stereotypes today. And if you're wondering what's going on here, what's happening here, you're coming to Canada at a nice time of weather, okay? Your temperature is beautiful, okay? Look at the sun coming down. Okay, great. That does go away eventually. December, January, February, these are freezing cold months. So what happened here is the temperature was nice. It was raining, but it was, okay. And then overnight, it probably froze. Dipped below zero, froze everything. The rain on top of my outdoor car, not mine, but that person's car, froze. And then they rolled down the window, well, with a button, not the old-timey windows, but they push the button, they roll down the window, and then the ice is still there. The window is working fine, but the ice is still there. So you can crack right through that. You got to remove it. And they're reaching for one of the most Canadian things you can think of, a cup of Tim Hortons coffee, right? And there's a Tim Hortons on literally every corner of every street. In fact, there is at the corner of this campus on Building A, in the building is a Tim Hortons built into it. So that's going to be open when you start your schooling, okay? So they're everywhere. They're really everywhere. And it's good to remember that Building A has a Tim Hortons. Building A has a Tim Hortons. This is Building B, but maybe you might hear or need that information later on today. Wink, wink. Building A, Tim Hortons. Okay, cool. Anyways, so we're going to talk about a few things. I'm going to give you a bit of a situation here, okay? You might have this happen to you one day on campus. Teacher's carrying a bunch of papers, okay? You are walking down the hallway. You bump into the teacher by accident. You don't mean to do that, but all the papers fall on the ground. Okay, so what happens next? You are probably going to apologize because you know that you bumped into the teacher. All their stuff is on the ground now, so you're sorry. Okay. Well, do you know what happens after that? What's the next thing in this exchange? Okay? The teacher is going to apologize to you. They're going to say sorry to you. Okay? Because we love to say this word sorry. I don't know why. It's just a thing that we enjoy. Okay? I know a person who will start a phone conversation. Before they say anything else, they'll say, "Hi, sorry, my name is so-and-so, and I'm here to, book an appointment." Why are they apologizing? Well, because we like doing it. We just enjoy being polite. It's a thing that we enjoy doing, okay? So politeness is big on Canadians. We love please, thank you, sorry. Put those into your dictionary, your vocabulary, and then you're pretty good in an exchange, okay? But what else are we known for? So we like to treat people equally. We are diverse. In Toronto, think about all the people here and all the different countries that are represented here. And then also consider, side note, all the different foods you can get here, too, as a result of that, right? So we like that diversity. We like that difference. But the difference doesn't make someone better than someone else. So you see a word like up here, egalitarian, okay? Everything is equal. No one is better than someone else, okay? So we really hope that when you're at the college, when you're in the country, this is what you do experience, okay? So, remember that, and I hope that that is something you see every day in the faculty and the staff and the fellow classmates that you have at the school, all right? But more than that, we also are famous for being humble. We are renowned, world famous for being so humble. Okay, that's the opposite of that. But yeah, we kind of are. I kind of agree with that. I sort of agree with that. Yeah, we are quite humble, aren't we? Yeah, I feel I'm quite humble right now. Okay, all right, but let me give you some more things like body language and the way that you communicate. This is what we're going to talk about next, okay? You may not even think about these things as affecting your conversation, but they do. So some things you can keep in mind is where are your arms when you're talking to a person, okay? My mom would always tell me that she would never, well, she wouldn't tell me this, but I learned to do this. When my hands are in my pockets and I ask my mom a question, she will not acknowledge me until I take my hands out of my pockets. So I'll say, Mom, can I go to the park? Mom, can I go to the park? And then she's ignoring me. She's like, doing something else. And then I take my hands out of my pockets and I say, Mom, can I go to the park? Absolutely, go ahead, right? And it's just a sign of respect. Some people have these kind of things in the back of their mind. So where your arms are. If your arms are crossed, for instance, you're having a conversation with someone and your arms are crossed. This probably suggests you might be a little bit uncomfortable. Maybe you're angry, I don't know what, but your body language is not showing that I want to have this conversation. Okay, so I say this usually when I say this in the audience, people that are crossing their arms, they uncross it like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. It's fine. It's for a one-on-one conversation. Don't worry if you're crossing. In fact, please cross your arms now if you want to. It's totally fine, right? It's okay. But in a one-on-one, consider uncrossing your arms. But another thing too, if you look at this, your eye contact is important as well, right? If you're looking at the person when you're having a conversation, kind of useful, within reason. Because sometimes you're going to be looking at a person, and the person, you just stop, you just don't do anything else, you just start staring at one person forever, and then you're looking at them and having the conversation, and then you're not stopping and looking at them, and it might make the person feel a bit uncomfortable, right? Like, I stopped blinking a while ago. You're okay, right? You're okay with this? Yeah, I'm looking at it, right? It's weird, it's weird. So within reason, looking at the person while you're having a conversation. Alternatively, if you are like looking around, hi, I need some help with something, I need to do a thing. I don't want to have this conversation. Like, I clearly don't, based on my body language, right? So Canadians notice some of these things. Another thing Canadians notice is the position of the conversation. Where are you when you're having the talk? So I've met a lot of students over these orientations, and they're always fun to have. And I always worry, actually, because I am guilty of some of these position things. So if a student comes to me and asks me a question, through no fault of your own, I mean no offense by this, but if you come too close to me, I'll just take a step back, right? I'm looking for this place. Do you know where room 126 is? Yeah, it's over there, right? And I'll just step back by accident. I don't mean any offense by that, but I do need a bit of a gap between you and me, right? You don't smell or anything. It's fine. It's I assure you, right? But yeah, the space is good. So the way I describe it to most people is, if you are able to very comfortably and casually, without moving, hug the person, you're way too close to the person, right? So if they are far enough where you gotta like reach for them to hug, that's the good place to stand, okay, to have that conversation, right? So close positioning, please consider that in all of your Canadian interactions with other people, okay? So that's just some basic body language, but here's some more stuff, okay? So you have a firm handshake. A handshake is great. You shake the hand, you don't wanna break a hand, you're intending to shake the hand and start a pleasant interaction. You don't want to crush them and be like, I'm really strong. Okay, that's totally fine. Don't do that, right? Eye contact, like I said, direct, but not crazy direct, within reason. You can look around a bit. You can blink. Don't forget to blink during interactions too. That's really good. But smiling is good, within reason. If you're smiling at everything, I just failed my test. I am so excited. No, that's kind of, weird, right? So consider you're smiling. Be aware of it. Also, first names is an interesting thing. You're all going to go to classes. You're going to have instructors. I was an instructor here for years, and in the whole time that I was teaching, my last name is Gonzalez, Mark Gonzalez. Don't call me Mark Gonzalez. Don't call me Mr. Gonzalez. Don't call me sir, professor. Those aren't that great. You know my name is Mark. Mark. Your instructors are going to say the same thing, right? Call me by my first name. That's the name that you want to use. It's a first name basis situation here, okay? So if you're not sure about that, you can always ask. There's no harm in asking, is it okay to call you whatever, whatever your teacher's name is, but first names are okay here, first name basis, okay? Also, when you're done with the handshake, you've shaken their hand, congratulations, bravo, well done. No more touching. You're good with the touching, no more touching after that. You don't gotta be like, hey man, what up, hey, how you going, sir, and whatever. you're good. You're good. No more need for touching after that. And watch out for your personal space, so the distance like I was talking about. All right? Okay, let's keep on moving. Let's give you another quiz, another test question. Okay, you're at a crosswalk. You have the not a good time to cross signal. You got that countdown going downwards. You have like 9 seconds to cross that street. You have two options. You could try to beat the light, okay, because you have places to be, you have things to do, you're short on time. You beat that light, you cross the street, you go about your business. Or you could, like, wait, let the time go down, let the red light go on, and then wait for the light to turn, and then change over, and then cross the street, wasting your entire day and time, all right? So let's show of hands. Who would do the first one, beat the light? Who would beat the light and say, try to cross the street? You can be honest, thank you. We have an honest person here. Okay, a couple people would. Yeah, beat the light. Okay, good, beat the light. Who wouldn't beat the light? Who would wait for the timer to go down, wait for the cycle to turn, and then at the next green light, cross the street? Who would do that? Okay, we have some. All right. Okay, so the people that said they would beat the light, okay, beat the light, you are incorrect. I'm so sorry. It's actually the other one is better. Probably better not to beat the light because, and what I'll say, yes, you fell for my lovely trap, sorry. But the trick to this is that, you know, who else is trying to beat the light? The cars. All the cars are trying to beat the light too, okay? So someone makes a right turn when you plan to cross the street, it's going to be you versus vehicle. Who will win in this match? Probably vehicle. I would put my money on the vehicle rather than, you know, your human body, right? So consider that. I know many of my friends. Now, I think I'm lucky because I've made it without getting hit by a car yet. But I know many people who have been struck by vehicles trying to beat the light like this, right? So this is there kind of as an example of that. So please watch out for that. Jaywalking happens all the time, I get that, but beating that light is a bit tricky, a bit dangerous, all right? Okay, well, how about this? I'm gonna give you a bit of a less, you know, injury-stricken example. Here's a different example, all right? Okay, here's a quiz for you. Congratulations, in this situation, you all have a car, okay? You all need a car for this. So you all have a car now, congratulations, wonderful. Okay, cool. You're at the grocery, you bought all your groceries, you're using a shopping cart or like a buggy or something, okay, to collect your groceries, you're putting them back into your car. All right, good. Now you are left with an empty buggy or an empty shopping cart, and you have two options. You could, you know, push the buggy all the way back to the buggy return place and get your like 25 cents back. Who cares about that 25 cents though? It's like whatever, you know, and you can waste your time like that. Or you could just leave the buggy there and it will sort itself out. Something will happen to it. Who knows? Wherever it goes, it goes. It's its journey. That's its life, okay? So you have two options. Leave the buggy or return the buggy to the cart return. Whatever. But anyways, show of hands. Who would leave the buggy right there and not return it anywhere? No, not putting your hand up this again? Okay, no. Okay. Who would return the buggy to where it belongs? Okay, all right. Okay, you didn't fall for my trap that time. Okay, good job, everyone. That is the right thing to do, okay? And now I put this in there only because this is the right thing to do that has no penalty, right? Like, even if you don't do it, you're not going to get in trouble by leaving the buggy behind, but it's just kind of the right thing to do, right? So following rules is so useful. It's so important. Canadians love that. So when I see people at the grocery going back, you know, pushing the buggy into the buggy return, and when they come out of there, I say, ah, and they give me the thumbs up, and I say, all right, cool, we're friends now, or whatever. But it's just nice to do, okay? It's a good thing to consider doing, okay? So please consider that. Okay, but we like following rules, right? We clearly do. Punctuality is good too. We're going to talk about like buses and transportation later today, but being on time is good for things. I had a job before this, before I was teaching, where I was on the bus commuting to the place. And so I was late. Because of the bus, I was late. I arrived to work about 5 minutes into the shift that I had, and then I said, okay, sir, I'm very, very, very sorry, but I'm not that late. It was only 5 minutes. I know the bus was late, but I'm here, I'm ready to go. I was just 5 minutes late. And then he says to me, Mark, late is late, right? It doesn't matter how late, but late is late. Late is not on time, right? So consider that with the classes that you have. Imagine if you were to, for instance, come into the class in the middle of of a lecture, right? It does disrupt things. And when you come into the room, I know you probably feel awkward. Maybe the teacher feels awkward. Everyone's going to hear the ruffling and the zzz as you unzip your bag, and the shuffling of your jacket as you sit down, right? Dragging the chair open, all that stuff. It adds up. It adds up for a not good time. Okay, so punctuality pretty important. If you're on time, that means you're probably late. Earlier than the event time is probably on time, right? So consider that. We do pay attention to that around here, right? We all have rules that we follow. I am the academic integrity officer. I have to say that because I have rules for sure. But on top of that, your class has rules, right? Your teachers have rules. The college has rules. The government has rules. Everyone has rules. So following those rules is always great. And last but not least, that's not the last, but on the slide, not last. Very important. Don't litter, because why would you, right? Yeah, good knowledge to have. Who wants to litter? Litter fans? Anyone want to litter? Good, that's the right answer. Good, don't litter. Okay, cool. All right, so communication. We've talked a lot about body language and things to do. So how do you deliver the messages out of your mouth that you want someone to hear, okay? And in this case, I'm doing a presentation for you today in English. I can speak English. I do hope that all of you do speak English. But imagine, for instance, if I were to give this presentation in French. Bonjour, je m'appelle Marc. Comment ça va? Right, and so on. That's all I know. But that's a little bit of French. There is probably going to be a group of you that doesn't understand what I'm saying, right? That has now removed you entirely from the conversation. You can't interact with me. You can't understand me. You're just sitting there like, okay, I hope he speaks English again because I don't know what I'm doing right now, right? So think about that in your class. You all are great in the sense that, and I say this I feel like many of you are better than me for a few reasons. One, you've packed up your lives and moved over here. I can't do that. That's crazy. That's impressive, right? I can't do that. It's something that I can't do. But on top of that, you can speak more languages than I can, which is also quite impressive, okay? So consider this. I'm an ESL instructor by trade, so when I was going to school, I learned how to teach English, okay? I would tell all my students, speak in English for two reasons. One, it excludes the people that don't know the language you're speaking. So it doesn't feel great when that happens in the room, when a group of people can talk, but you can't. Here's another thing. Because English is most likely not your first language, in many cases, when you leave this campus and you go about the rest of your life at home, you're probably speaking in a non-English language. So what better place to practice your English than here, where everyone has to talk in English, right? So those are two, if you're looking for practice, this is a good place to practice. So I do encourage that to all the students that come in. So English is great. Okay, cool. What about what you're saying? Because honestly, you're probably going to disagree with a lot of people. Maybe me one day, if you're reported for academic integrity stuff, maybe we disagree, who knows? But it's how you disagree that will impact what the outcome is. So do you intend, if you disagree with someone, if you disagree with a bad grade, do you intend to change the grade, to have the grade changed? Or do you intend to fight the guy that gave you the bad grade, right? What is the outcome that you're looking for here? Consider that, and then use diplomacy if you want your grade changed, okay? So delivery, very, very, very important, okay? If you are talking with someone and you are interrupting them, for instance, not so nice, right? Imagine when people interrupt you when you're talking, you're trying to get an idea out, and people interrupt you. Not very pleasant, okay? And also nonverbal stuff, cross your arms the whole conversation. Mark, I think you gave me the wrong grade for this test. And you're rolling up your sleeves. I'm like, what are you preparing to do, right? Like, what are you telling me without saying things, right? And then also, you can never say please or thank you enough. Please, thank you, sorry. These are great words in Canadian English, okay? I am also open to questions, side note, just so you're aware. I'm more than happy to take questions if you think of anything else, because we're coming next to a portion where there might be some questions. But no means no, so listen to people. What they tell you is usually what they mean, okay? No means no. No does not mean maybe later. Oh, he probably didn't hear me. Maybe I should ask a few more times. Let me get a few more no's before I'm confident it was really a no. No, 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 no. No means no, right? No does mean no. It doesn't mean something else, okay? And also your tone and your pace. I think I'm speaking very quickly. You could, I think I am. I'm going to slow down a little bit so you can catch the difference between my delivery right now. but that does impact the conversation. If I talk too fast or too slow, maybe you don't understand what I'm saying. Maybe you think I'm in a hurry and I want to get out of here. Maybe you think I'm too slow and you're going to start falling asleep. Like, I don't know. Like, one of these things might occur, okay? So the delivery of, the speed of your speech is also important for delivery, okay? Whew, okay. All right, now, the question period. There might be some questions that show up as a result of this section, so I'm more than happy to answer them if they come up, okay? So, transit. You all got here somehow. I have no idea. Could be a bus, could be a car, could be flying carpet. I have no clue. Magic broomstick. I don't know what it. Teleportation. Who knows what it is? But you got here somehow, and you're here. Great. If you want more options to get here, these are your options. All right. You have the top 4 icons. The top 4 logos are all buses and transportation for public transportation. The bottom 3 are more private, like ride-sharing options. So I'm going to talk about the top 4. What I will say in general about the top 4 is that, you know, there is a system whereby you can buy one card and use it across all 4. That's the Presto card. Do we all know what a Presto card is? Anyone have a Presto card? Yeah, it's like a green. Is it black or green? It's black now. Okay, I'm really old. I've been using Presto for years. My card is still green color, all right? So I wonder if I still have it. I'll look for it. As I'm talking, I'm going to dip in my wallet. But yeah, the Presto card, for those of you that don't know, if you use multiple transit services, you got to jump on a GO train and then jump on a YRT, then you want to use maybe Presto because you can put money on one card, tap it on both systems, and then jump from one to another. Oh yeah, I have it. See? It's green. Mine is really old. But yeah, so it's a good card to have if you use multiple of them. But if you use just one, you probably don't need it. But at the same time, if you do want to use it, I think you get discounts on your fares in many cases. So there's a benefit either way, okay? So let's take a look at a few of them. We're going to start with the big red one, which is TTC, everyone's favorite. Who doesn't love TTC? I don't, but I know it's useful. I mean, I get that. A lot of delays with TTC. That's why I say that. You have subways, you have streetcars, and you have buses. Depending on where you live, you might be using mostly buses. Streetcars are for really downtown Toronto mostly, and then the subways are also for getting deeper into Toronto. But it goes up until Steeles Avenue. So that's the northernmost point of TTC. Below that is the red buses. Okay, so if you are a student, which I think, any show of hands, students in the room? Maybe? Okay, yeah, you don't have to raise your hand for that. Anyway, so the students in the room, you are eligible for a post-secondary rate for your monthly pass, for example, right? So if you need one of these, just keep in mind, the process is you have to show proof of your status as a student. So you would go to like a station, I think it's like Bayview, I think York University has a station where you can show this and get the ID. And then they take your picture, they give you a card, then you use that card to purchase the post-secondary monthly passes. So that's a bit of a process. You can visit, there's a website. If you want to check out ttc.ca, you can check that out and get more details if you don't have one. If you feel like you're using the bus enough, then this is a good idea on a monthly basis to bring down your costs, okay? Now on top of this, the other processes, I will note that the prices here I think are accurate. They do sometimes change. The interesting thing about TTC is that they like to freeze their prices for periods of time, which is good for you all, but I know this will go up one day. Who knows when? I don't know when, but maybe it did already. I'm not sure. Anyways, GO Transit. This one will take you to further out of downtown Toronto and elsewhere. You want to go to Hamilton, you want to go to Niagara Falls, this might cover your trip. There are trains and there are buses. You pay for the fare that you need. You can tap your card on the bus, the Presto card, for example. You can do that for the trains as well. And Presto is working here. I think there's a discount for it. Yeah, $440 or $370 with a Presto card. Okay, cool. So the distance matters because they go so far. So depending on your distance, your rate might be different. Now, you may or may not need it, but at least you know about it now. And here's a picture for the website if you want to check out the website for more. Okay? Okie dokie. Now, this one, I have grown up using this because there was a point in time where I lived in New York Region a lot, and I'd have to take the blue and white buses. It's a service. I can't say how great it is, but it's there if you need it, right? It's above Steeles, right? So north of Steeles, the blue and white buses take over. There are two kinds. There's the regular YRT bus, which is blue and white, and then there's the express bus, which is Viva, which is just blue. So this bus is fewer stops and fewer lines, but it's faster, relatively faster, okay? So the good thing about that is that it's one fare for both of those buses. You don't have to pay another fare to get a Viva. You pay for YRT, it works on the Viva bus too, okay? So if you live in the York Region area, you're gonna be using this with a discount. Their prices are a bit higher than than TTCs, but if you need it, you need it, right? I will say that, like York Region, I was in York Region. I forgot to even tell you where I'm from. Like, who is this guy that's talking to you? Right. But just as a side note, so I was actually born in Toronto, right? My parents are from Trinidad and Tobago, right? Anyone fans of Trinidad and Tobago? No? Okay, fine. Small little island in the Caribbean. They moved here. I was born here. I was actually born down the street at the hospital, the North York General Hospital on like Shepherd and Leslie. So I was born there, like I walked down the street, I got a job here, and now I'm here, right? So just so you're aware, right? I hope I know a little bit about Canadians. That's why I'm here presenting about Canadian culture, right? Okay, but anyways, I was in York Region for a while, Toronto for a while, but most of my life is here. So I use Viva and YRT all the time, and TTC. This one is a bit more new to me because I don't use it very often, but Brampton Transit, they have a similar system to YRT. So YRT Viva, Brampton Transit, and Zoom, right? Zoom is the express version of that, right? So the buses go fewer stops. But yeah, there's your price system. Prices are there. Website's there if you need more information. I don't have to repeat it because it's the same as YRT, right? Any questions so far about transportation? Are you fine with it? Okay. My Way is Mississauga. So if you haven't used this as well, My Way works too. There's your website. There are your fares. Bob's your uncle, right? That's just a saying. Okay, cool. Now on top of that, I'll move on to something else, and I'll come back to transit a bit later. Culture shock. This is, how to describe it? It's an experience for sure. Is it good? Is it bad? Well, it's good to eventually get to the end of it, but during the actual event, it's not gonna be that fun, right? That's the way I can describe it. So what happens is, you've all come to a new country. Anyone here who's been here for more than 1 month in total? Longer than 1 month? Okay? I'm gonna guess all of you have been here within the month time. Okay, so you're all fresh, you're all new. You're in the easiest stage, right? That's the stage that we call the honeymoon period. Okay, that's a lovely one. Okay, so you're in the honeymoon period, which is great, fantastic, and everything is new, everything is different, everything is exciting. That's great. You're in a new place, new country, new foods. There's a big CN Tower over there. There's a weird colored moose standing in the middle of the road. That's really awesome. Everything is different. Foods are different, friends are different, people are different. Okay, cool. All right, that's in the first couple of months. But I assure you, that goes away. Eventually, that's gonna go away, right? Give it some time, that's gonna go away. What happens next? Well, you're gonna come to the next part, which is resistance. This is within like the first 2 to 6 months, but the trick is you're coming up to the resistance period, maybe during winter time, the coldest part of the whole year in Canada. So not only are you going to be dealing with a few things like, I'm having trouble connecting with my family because they're in a different time zone and I gotta go to study and I can't call them and it's hard to keep in touch. Okay, that's a problem. The foods are here, they have the same name as the foods back home, but they don't taste like back home, right? They don't taste like my mom's cooking. That's all happening. That's a problem, okay? And, have you ever seen a movie that was based on a book? You read the book first, then you watch the movie, then you're like, wait a minute, that wasn't in the book. That didn't happen in the book. Imagine living that for every moment of your life for like 6 months. Okay, that's a horrible feeling, okay? So not only will that happen, but you're gonna probably feel homesick, but you're also going to physically maybe catch a cold, and then you're gonna be literally sick. Okay, all of that combines for not such a good time, right? And what I can tell you is, this sounds maybe a little bit scary or worrisome, but the good news is if you can make it through that, it's fine. The differences that you see in Canada, you will recognize that they are different, but you're not gonna hate these things because they're different. You're gonna get it, okay, it's different, I understand. Let's move on with my life. I can cope with it. I understand the difference, I'm happy with them. They're not home, but they're different, okay? You can start making friends at this time, more friends. The culture stuff that I'm telling you now, you're not super close to hug them. You understand the basics of interaction and communicating, getting with the way that you want and what is the right thing to say at different times, this will happen to you at this point. It could take maybe a year, it could take more than a year. People go through it at different periods of time, but the important thing to know is that everyone really kind of goes through this in some way, shape, or form. So if you prepare for it, your mind is prepared for having this happen to you, well then you know everyone is doing it, everyone's coping with it, so you might be able to cope with it better. So how do you cope with it? How do you mitigate or lower the potential for this ruining your time in Canada? Well, maintain the connections that you have as much as you can. So if you are able to call your family back home, call them. If you are able to interact with people more and more, interact with those people. Who are those people? They could be people here on the campus. They could be your friends. They could be family. They could be your instructors, because they actually deal with this all the time. Making sure that you have a connection to someone somewhere can help with this whole process of culture shock. So I encourage you to do that. If you can't find anybody, you know who can help? The student services people, because they are here to help you, and they can also do personal advising, not just academic stuff, just the personal stuff too. We have a mental health and wellness person. Janice is here too. We would be more than happy to assist with any portion of this culture shock thing. You're not by yourself. You're not alone. You're here in a community, and we are part of that. And we know what you're going through in the sense that we've seen it happen before. Okay? So please don't be too worried about these things. But on that downing note, here's some more transportation. Taxis and ride sharing like Uber and Lyft, we offer that too, okay? So you can check out Uber, the app and the Lyft app. Beck Taxi is an old-fashioned classic taxi if you just want a taxi. If you have an exam, for instance, maybe you want one of these to get to the class, in case that you're worried that the transportation is going to be stuck somewhere. TTC, someone pushed the yellow emergency button, stops the trains, you can't move. Okay, well, what if you get one of these instead? You skip the TTC entirely just for one day to make sure you're not late for a test. Okay, something to consider, all right? So what do we recommend for that? Be early. And by early, that means on time, right? On time means early. 15 minutes earlier than the actual event is probably a good time to arrive so that you can have a cushion, a barrier between what happens, and that's just good advice. I'm sure you understand that already. If you are late because of a bus, not really a good excuse. I mean, everyone's taking transportation and they arrived here, so what happened to you, right? Like, it's hard to use that as an excuse for missing something. So don't rely on that as a reason for not being there. And also snow. Fans of snow around here. Who loves snow? Not me either, no. I can't put my hand up for that either, right? It can ruin your day. It can ruin your commute. It can ruin the everything. It's not fun unless you're like a kid who likes to throw the snow around, but for adults it's a bit more stressful, okay? So snowy weather can impact your transit, arrive even earlier, leave the house earlier if you're gonna plan to use a bus if there's a lot of snow, okay? So watch out for that. All right, so I think what we're gonna do now is we're gonna move on to Moodle. Moodle is another lifeline, and so I figured it's good for you to have, so we put it in this session too. So Moodle is meant to, if you are curious about anything on the college, Moodle is your starting point, your courses and information about the campus and stuff like that. So log into Moodle. You're gonna log in right here. Cool, looks like that. You're gonna have a page that looks like so. If you wanna navigate the Moodle page, you wanna know where is everything, well, start with the top. Okay, so the top has all the buttons you need. Get to your courses, get to policy pages, student services information. It's all at the top. There's a button there for it, okay? And sometimes the buttons are a bit, there are many buttons, and depending on the size of your screen, you may not see all the buttons that I'm showing you here. So you just click on the More option. It'll give you everything if you click on More. The screen magnification affects this, okay? But what else is here? So you have also, for example, the job board. All the people in blue shirts that you see around here that are, helping out today, how did we find them? We did not pick them up off the street. We did not have a big sign saying, jobs here. We just put them on the job board. Okay, so check that out if you're interested in doing that during your term. Okay, you also have things like your courses. So click on the dashboard or the My Courses. Both buttons will take you to courses, so you can check out both of those. Find all the courses for your semester right there. Okay, if you missed it, because I just said it 2 seconds ago, here it is again, job board, because it's kind of important, okay? So job board is right there. Click on it. On the side, you also have like My Career. You have the web advisor here. You have events coming up. You also have the Sessor database where your official grades are going to be, Moodle gives you grades, but the real official final grade for your courses are on the Sester database. So you can visit there to get your final grade, okay? It's just kind of like, practice with the Moodle one, and it's like serious stuff for the database grade, okay? And a few other things like IT support and stuff, okay? You also have, if you want policies, for instance, the grade appeal policy, which is a very good policy to know and to have. If I have time, I'll tell you some more about that at the academic integrity session. But if you want a policy, click on the More option, click on Administration, and then head over to Policies and Procedures. Okay? This will tell you what is on the page. Like all these numbers tell you what is on the current page. You scroll down, you find all the policies. Here are all the policies. Student rights and responsibilities. It's a long policy, but it's a very useful policy. Okay? If you don't want to get in trouble for things, there's your rules. Okay? So please read that. Grade appeal is here too. If you disagree with the grade, you think it wasn't graded properly, well, don't fight with your instructor. Just come here and read the policy for doing it, all right? And then you know how to approach the instructor to discuss a grade appeal, which is your right, okay? So you're entitled to do that. Okay, so the last thing I want to show you, course outlines, evaluation timetable, and resources on your Moodle page. These are here as well. So I want to show you an example of the evaluation timetable. Here is what it looks like. This is the most important, one of the most important documents you can get on day one of your course. What day is my assignment due? What assignment is happening on that day? What do I study for that assignment? And what is the percentage of that assignment for my final grade? So your teacher's going to fill this out, but they're not going to put day 7. They're going to put like August 6th, right? They're going to put the actual date it's happening. And they will stick to that for the whole term. So you know from the first day when things are going to happen, okay? So your teacher should be giving this to you on day 1. If they don't give it to you, don't break their legs. Just ask politely. Use all the terminology I gave you and the lessons on behavioral, whatever, body language to ask and request this. If they still don't give it to you after like day 2 or 3, contact other people too. You can contact me, Mark Gonzalez. You can contact Academic Integrity and I'll help you find that document, okay? So we really want to make sure you have this. You need this. It's your right to have it, okay? Make sure you get it, all right? Okay, so this is the question period. I will stand here and collect all your questions if you have any questions. All right, it sounds like there are no questions. Okay, any fans of Canadian culture now? Who wants to cross streets by waiting on the light to turn green? No, not anybody? Okay, fine. All right, well, what I will say is this. We have a few more sessions today. I will be back, okay? If you couldn't get enough of this Canadian culture thing, the next session that we're going to do in the atrium is my academic integrity session. So if you haven't seen that yet, you can stick around here for that session. If you have another session to attend, that's totally fine, I get it, but it'll hurt me a little bit in here if you don't come, but it's fine, I understand. But that being said, thank you for coming and listening to me talk about all these things. I really appreciate it. And I wish you lots of success in your studies this semester. And we have one more speaker coming up from LinkedIn, I believe. Yes, come on down and you'll hear us a little bit more, okay? So off you go. Here you go. Thank you.
Hi guys, just one last session before you go for your break. My name is Shreya. I'm here on behalf of the LCIT LinkedIn Student Club. So before we begin, how many of y'all know about LinkedIn? Hands up. Okay, that's quite a few. How many of y'all have a good optimized LinkedIn profile? Oh wow, okay. How many of y'all know about LinkedIn Learning? Okay, that's less. So as a student ambassador for LinkedIn, what we do is we help you optimize your LinkedIn profiles to the top max. Like there are few things that you shouldn't be doing on LinkedIn. For example, your profile picture. You cannot post your Instagram profile picture on LinkedIn and say that it's professional. There are certain keywords, there are certain things that you need to do which we can help you with. We can help you leverage your LinkedIn for your professional development. We can help you maintain a good optimized LinkedIn profile and help you make new connections. So LinkedIn Learning is one of the most integral part of our student club. What it does is it offers a few courses. As a part of Lambton College, you get access to LinkedIn Learning for free. You'll get a mail on your Outlook. You have to sign up through your college mail ID, I believe, and that's how you get access to it. So there are thousands of courses, your technical skills, soft skills, and everything in between. And if there are any questions you have, student ambassadors, student LinkedIn ambassadors, we have an amazing bunch of volunteers with us who are going to help you optimize your LinkedIn profile. Even if you have the most, you think that it's a very silly question to ask, come to us. No question is a silly question. You can ask us all that you want. You can ask us to build a profile for you if you don't have one. You can ask us to give you keywords according to your course, according to your background, and we can help you doing that. We can help you with your resume template. We can help you with networking. So our booth is placed on the first floor if you all want to find us. And you can also join us as a volunteer if you want to help. Yes, any question? Oh, I'm sorry. You can help, you can join us as our team and be a part of our volunteer group. LinkedIn Learning is an amazing platform because right now on the platform, there's, I think, AI introduced in it, which can help you find courses according to your background. Say, suppose I'm from CPMT. I need a course for project management. I'm going to go for a course that has PMI approved course. So what it does is when a recruiter, or if you're visiting my profile on LinkedIn, if you see that on my profile, it gives an authenticity to the profile. So the more number of courses, more number of certificates from LinkedIn Learning that you have on your profile, it is going to help you build your profiles further. It is going to help you make more connections, make more, grow your network to a lot more. How many of y'all have actually connected to Lambton College in Toronto on LinkedIn? Wow, okay. I didn't do that when I was here on my first day. Okay, that's great. So if y'all have not connected, connect with us. So what happens is if you connect to more people, you get more chances of being noticed. A lot of recruiters see you. And trust me, LinkedIn is a place to be. In this country, if you do not have a good optimized LinkedIn, nobody's going to look at you with that authenticity. If you have a good optimized LinkedIn profile with all your background, all your resume, all your certificates, recruiters are going to think that, oh, this is some candidate that we should be trusting with our work. So that's how it goes. We can help you today. We can help you with your profiles. We can help you with your resume. So come to us and join us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm back. I didn't leave. I'm here. Okay, so just letting you know, there is a bit of a break period now, right? So it's 1:03. You have until 1:30. The next session is by someone named Mark for academic integrity, whoever that is. And then I'll see you there at 1:30. Okay, so for now, just enjoy your break, hang out, do whatever you like, and then we'll see you soon, okay? Thanks, everyone. See you in a bit.
Okay, we're going to get started with our next session. So at 1:30, there's 2 sessions running in the atrium here. You'll hear from student support or tutoring center, as well as from Mark. You may have met him already. He did the Canadian Culture session earlier, and he's the academic integrity officer. So I'll just ask if you're at the back, if you want to just join us a little bit closer. If you want to meet Janice and Zoe, Janice is the wellness coordinator, Zoe is the immigration consultant, 218. And I just have a couple announcements, just thank yous mostly. I just wanted to thank our vendors and sponsors that are here with us. Did everyone have a samosa for lunch? Did you try the samosas? So that's the canteen from the 2nd floor. They will be open next week. They're also providing samosas tomorrow, so that's kind of cool. We also have 2 other food services on campus. One is Tim Hortons, which is not open this week, but it will be starting Monday in building 265, so 1 building over. They're on the main floor. And then we also have Desi Deli. They are a grocery option for you. They do have a booth set up here, so make sure you stop by their booth to get information about the food that they provide as well. We have 2 banks with us today. One is Royal Bank, and they'll be joining us. Royal Bank will be joining us on Friday to talk about safe banking in Canada. We also have TD Bank here today. They are offering, I just have to make sure I get this right. So they're offering an international student banking package that is valued at up to $635 if you take out an account with them. So you can check in with them. They are right behind the staircase, so check in with them. And then we also have Virgin Plus here. They are in red shirts walking around. Oh, I'm sorry, I always forget this. We also have Bell. So you can check in with Bell or with Virgin Plus, RBC, TD Bank, and Desi Deli. So thank you to all of them. And to our food services that have been provided food today and also with sponsoring tomorrow. Okay, so that's it. Now we only have 2 sessions, no breakout sessions, so just those 2 sessions here and up in 218. I'm going to turn the mic over to Sahil. He's going to walk you through student support. So tutoring, we have an amazing tutoring team and tutoring center. He's going to walk you through all of that, academic clubs, all kinds of stuff. I don't want to steal his content, so I'm going to turn things over to him now. Followed by Sakshi. She'll be joining after Sahil, and then Mark is going to share information about academic integrity. If you were in my session this morning, I said he's a great guy, but you don't want to meet him because he's the academic integrity officer. But he's a cool guy, and he has lots of good advice for you. So I'm going to turn things over to Sahil first.
Thank you so much, Shona. All right. How's everyone? How's everyone? Where's your energy? How's everyone? Good? All right, that's what we want to hear. So, welcome to Lambton College in Toronto. Welcome to Canada. My name is Sahil Vadva. I'm a student success counselor at the Tutoring Center. And what we do academic support for the students. Now, what does academic support mean? We have a lot of resources for you guys. Not just the academic one, but we have some other fun stuff as well for you guys. So just hold on, and we are gonna go through all these resources that we offer to our students. One by one, I'll go in brief for all the resources. So the very first thing is academic clubs. How many of you are from project management program? Okay, a few. So you guys can become a part of the Project Management Guild, PM Guild. Actually, we have the booths over here in this room, study room, if you haven't been there. All the academic clubs are over there. You can go talk to the people who are actually working in the clubs, all the students. They can guide you properly, like how you can join the club, all the activities we have done so far, a lot of stuff. So make sure you do talk to these people. So through these academic clubs, you can join them as a student. You can either apply for the positions such as you could become the president, vice president, or other positions in the club, or you can join as a volunteer. And what we do, we organize a lot of events, workshops, and seminars for these students. So these students have connections with external organizations. We invite them to our college to give these workshops to the students. So that's a great opportunity also for you guys to build network with these companies. For example, the project management students, if you have a specific company in mind, which is really great for you guys, you can make a connection with them, invite them over to the college, have the event, and also that's a great opportunity for you to build a connection with those so that later on you might get some assistance with them. You can ask them any kind of questions because they are the industry experts in that field. Similarly, we have SCMT for the supply chain students. Toastmasters Club. Has anyone heard of Toastmasters Club? Anyone? All right, only one. Okay, so Toastmasters is international organization. What they help with is public speaking. So if anyone, actually all of you guys will be having presentations in your classes, and also later in your life, you'll be the one standing here giving this speech to so many people. If you have a fear of public speaking, or if you just want to improve your communication skills, I encourage all of you guys to be a part of Toastmasters. It's really amazing. They help with these things. They have a lot of their own way to like teach these kind of things, how you can speak publicly, how you can come over the fear of your public speaking. It's really great. I only attended one session, but it was amazing. And I encourage all of you guys to look over, like search on Google Toastmasters and what they do. Do join it. Next, ASQ. Any quality student here? Quality? Okay. So ASQ is for you guys. You can also search on Google. ASQ is an organization and they do offer membership certifications. So you can join this club. And Business Caucus Club, business students. Okay, a few. Any finance students? Finance? No? And any business, finance, and marketing students? All right, quite a lot of you. So you can be a part of Business Caucus Club. We also have entrepreneurial, we have a new thing that's coming up, entrepreneurial, and we have a speaker here as well in this study room. You can go talk to them, and these people are the ones who are organizing a lot of workshops with RBC Bank in Canada, and like it's amazing club, really amazing. And then GDSC for the students with IT related courses programs such as DOCT, AIMT. Anyone from those programs, any IT related student here? All right, so you guys can be a part of GDSC, Google Developer Student Club. Next, now these clubs, some of them are working directly with these companies, and also indirectly the college is also working with all these associations, and you guys can take full benefit of these companies. Being a student here, you can directly get in touch with them and get any kind of assistance from these people. First, Ladlia. It's for specifically female students. So if any female student is facing any issues, any personal life issues or something related to your like females, you can go get in touch with them. They are really supportive. They were also international students before, so they really understand you, what the struggles you face, and they are there to help you guys. RBC, as I mentioned, BCC organizes so many events with RBC every now and then. Habitat for Humanity. So they are the people who build homes for the less fortunate ones. But anyone can volunteer, and you can also be a part of helping these people in building homes or stuff. And if you guys are interested, you can take part, and you'll be insured. Once you are like going there to help them, you will be insured. So any injuries that happen, we hope that don't happen. But if it happens, you are insured. You're covered. And Project Management Institute for the project management students. North York Community House. We have a session with them tomorrow as well. So if you guys wanna join this session, come tomorrow. They're coming. So what these guys help with is taxes, your landlord tenant tax, finding houses, and a lot of stuff like that. So you can also get in touch with these people and many different associations that we work with. throughout the, like in the college. LinkedIn Learning. I know you guys might have heard about LinkedIn from many sessions, but how many of you people are on LinkedIn? Okay, only a few. Why are the others not on LinkedIn? Because it's really, really important here. Because you will notice that to get a job here, networking is really, really important. Once you're looking for jobs, you will see that 1,000 people apply for a job, only one person gets it. Now, if you want to be that one person, how you can get the job? If you have some network, some connections that might help you get in, that's really helpful for you. Also, if someone can guide you, how you can do something better, so that you get picked, you can chosen for that position. So get on LinkedIn, make connections, get in touch with your students, other students, your seniors, staff members here. Our director, Michael, he has thousands of connections on his LinkedIn. People from industry, your company which you want to join, get on LinkedIn, get in touch with them, build network, and ask them how you can be a part of their company, which certifications you can get, what you can do. So that's really important for you guys. And also from our college, we offer LinkedIn Learning, free of cost for all of you throughout your study here. So what is LinkedIn Learning? It is just like YouTube, but a little bit better. So you can take courses over here, free of cost. We have more than 21,000 courses available for you guys. So it could be either related to your program, what you are studying, or something which you just have a passion or you want to increase your knowledge. For example, an IT student might want to learn Photoshop. You can do that. Go to LinkedIn, search for the course, take the course, and then you can build your experience. You can get some knowledge, extra knowledge. You can follow your passion. All the resources that we are going to share, I'm going to send you guys an email with all the links to the resources, and then just look out for that email, and then you can be a part of that. All right? And we recently won these 2 awards from LinkedIn directly. One was Learning Champion and one was Academy Award. In North America, we are the highest institution which has the highest number of students and staff members using LinkedIn Learning. So that was a really great achievement for us. Mentorship program. So we are partnered with 10,000 coffees. So what it does is you can get a mentor over here. Just go there, sign in with your My Lambton student account, and it's going to ask you that what kind of things you are seeking for. For example, if you want to improve your speaking skills, you just put that, okay, speaking skills, professionalism, whatever you need. And it's going to match you with a mentor who is offering all those kind of services to the other people. So you can find a mentor and you can directly get in touch with them, ask them any kind of questions you have. Because it's really tough coming to a new country, trying to figure out everything by yourself. So it's always better to get a mentor who can assist you with that. So you guys can search for 10,000 coffees and have a look, go around, try signing in with your student ID and just explore. Next, we have a lot of workshops that we organize in the college. Throughout this semester, you will see a lot of workshops happening. Keep an eye on Moodle, because Moodle is just like Instagram. You open Instagram every day, right? At least once a day, open your Moodle, see what's going around in the college. It could be either some workshops going on, something really important, for example, group selection, your exam dates or something. Make Moodle your best friend. Always keep an eye there, and anything that happens in college is posted there. So all these workshops we organize, one main one which I want to emphasize on, APA workshop. APA is a formatting that we use to make assignments or any essays in this college. So you're gonna really need to follow that format in order to avoid plagiarism. Because you're taking stuff from internet, you have to properly give the reference that I took this stuff from this place. How you do that? You follow APA guide. If you don't do that, you are gonna be plagiarized, and then you're gonna meet Mark, who's gonna be coming after us, and you're gonna hear how dangerous he is. You don't wanna meet him, all right? And we have tomorrow also APA sessions, so I would really encourage all of you guys to come tomorrow. Take these sessions, really important. Next, Java, Python, for any students that want to learn Java, Python, you guys can do that. Exam tips, a lot of students request for this one. How do I ace my exams? So those workshops also we conduct. And resume and cover letter, interview tips and tricks. and the latest one, AI. Everyone is interested in AI. Those workshops also we organize. And next, two tools that we just recently incorporated. First one, VMock. Now these are AI-powered tools. What VMock is, virtual mock. It's for the interview skills. So what it's gonna do is, you go there, you put what kind of job you are looking for, and then it's gonna help you take your interview. There's gonna be an AI which is taking your interview, just like a normal person. So after the interview, it will tell you that what kind of improvements you can make. For example, it could be either your facial expressions, how you express your thoughts, or how you speak, your tone of speech, your like volume of speech, your speed of speech, whatever, your body language. It's gonna judge you by all those, and it's gonna give you preferences that this is what you can improve. So you can use this tool for your interview preparations. And second one is Devont. It's basically for job search, so you can go there, put all the filters like this is kind of job which you're looking for. It's gonna search all over the internet and give you those particular job fields that are open. And for the next part, I'm gonna invite my colleague Sakshi, and she's gonna go over this one. Thank you.
Thanks, Sahil. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Sakshi. I'm Operations Coordinator in the Tutoring Center Department. Before I proceed further, did anyone of you attend my morning session at 10:30 a.m.? Yes? No? So it's your first session with me, right? Yes? Everyone at the back? So you attended. Okay. Just bear with me then. Okay. All right. So students, I have one best resource for you guys. Before moving forward, we have like two types of students, below average and average, or the students who are doing very well in their academics. Okay? So for both types of students, we have resources for you guys. If you guys are struggling in your exams, PowerPoint presentations, quiz, any sort of things, especially with your assignments. If you guys are struggling with any sort of thing, you can book a free session with our tutors. Now, who are these tutors? These tutors are your senior students, your seniors in the same program, same course, who are in the Dean's Honors list and have GPA more than 3.5, and they are working with us, right? So you can book one-on-one tutoring. You can book group tutoring. Let's say instructor assigned you one assignment, and you guys are not able to understand the context of the assignment. Book a tutoring. Tutor will help you with this. These sessions will be free throughout your semester, throughout your course, 2 years, okay? And if you guys are shy, hesitant, you are so shy, you're so scared that you can't ask questions to your instructors in the class, go for the one-on-one tutoring then. These are your peer tutors. They'll help you in any sort of help that you want. And the workshops, as my colleague Sahil mentioned, and I will emphasize more on it, APA workshop, do not miss this APA workshop. This is going to be really, really, really helpful for you guys. Why? Because you guys don't know. APA framework, references, and citations are how to use it, how to put in your assignments, and how to submit your paperwork. How to use the context from the internet and how to put it on your assignment so that you can get very less plagiarism, like 10%, 5%, or you don't get 100% plagiarism. So tomorrow, 3 sessions are gonna happen for APA. Our instructor, English instructor Olga, she will provide the brief explanation on this. This can be the lifesaver for you because 2 years you're gonna submit so many assignments, right? Okay. Another thing, how to become a tutor. If you guys are really excellent, which you are, I know that, and you guys are outstanding performer in your academics, have GPA more than 3 or more than 3 in all the 6 courses in your first semester, you guys are more than welcome to become a tutor. And you can teach your juniors what you will get now. So you will be awarded by, firstly, Certificate of Tutoring, and then CCR. What is CCR? Is co-curricular record formal document. Sahil will explain you at the end what is CCR. So if you guys feel like, okay, you can become a tutor, you can help your juniors, you can really help in your college, go for it. Keep an eye on the Moodle job board, and you can submit your resume, tutoringcenter@college.com after your first semester, okay? Moving forward. One tip, how many of you have completely checked your Moodle? Like, what's Moodle? Did you guys check services on the Moodle? Did you check yes or no? How many? Not even one student? Yes or no? You didn't check? Never mind, if you guys didn't check it. Log into the Moodle. Take Moodle as your Instagram. Make sure you always check Moodle homepage for the news, what's going on in the college, and make sure you also follow Lambton College in Toronto. Lambton College in Toronto is a page of the name of the Instagram page of our college. All the events and activities, everything is happening in the college will go on the Moodle as well as on Instagram. Make sure you keep an eye over there. And why to check Moodle? Why I'm emphasizing more on this? Because students, they don't know until their fourth semester that what they have as a student, what they have rights as a student, what the student policies they have, what the free resources they have, because you guys are paying for these services. So make sure you check what the advantage you are getting from it, right? Okay, how to book an appointment with the tutor. Now you have Moodle credentials, right? Log into the Moodle. I believe it looks like this. Yes, yeah. So go on the Tutoring Center page, go on the More drop-down menu. This page will come, so you can book a session, any sort of session, academics-related session with tutor. Go over this, and it will connect you to the booking portal. If you're from AHCT, OHST, PMIT, PMLT, MMPD, whatsoever is the course, go over here, select the tutor's availability. Okay? Again, these sessions gonna be very free throughout your semester, throughout your program. These services are for you guys. LinkedIn, Grammarly, Toastmasters, academic clubs, tutoring sessions, to become a tutor, weekend volunteering, whatsoever. Everything is free for you guys. Make sure you take advantage from it. Don't just go into the class, submit your assignment, do your paperwork, and go home. There are so many things outside of your class as well. So many things campus is offering you guys, and so many certificates that you're gonna get. Weekend has its own certificate. Academic clubs, I believe it's on certificate. Yes. Tutoring has its own certificate, so you will get so many certificates on this. Yes? So, do you have any question for me so far? Yes? No? Okay. Next is WLC, Writing Language Center. I'm not sure if you guys need its help or not. What is WLC? I'll tell you. If you guys have so much fear speaking English in the class or presenting in the presentation in front of your class, in front of your classmates, you can do the practice sessions. You can book practice session with our English instructors. It's gonna be 30 and 60-minute sessions are available to book. She can help you. Our English instructor, Olga, can help you to overcome your fear, okay? She can help you in English reading, speaking, and writing. Again, it's free of cost. So academic help, all the courses help, assignment, PowerPoint quiz, every help is rated according to your studies and your English speaking. If I call one of you guys, come here and speak, would you be able to? You'll be scared, right? Like right now I'm scared. I'm so much scared looking at all of you guys. Yeah, so that's how it's gonna be. So that's why these resources are here to help you guys. Do you guys have any questions so far for me? Yes? No? Good. Okay, early intervention. Sahil can explain about, yeah? I missed Grammarly. This thing. Okay, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Sakshi. So, is there anyone who wants to fail any course, any extraordinary student? Anyone wants to fail? No, right? You all want to pass? You all want to graduate? So just to make sure you don't fail, we started this early intervention program. Now what this does is, we reach out to the students while they are taking the course. If we see that their attendance is low or their grades are low, we reach out to them, we inform them, hey, your performance is low, you might want to catch up. So this way, students know that they are supposed to catch up, otherwise they are going to fail. And you have to pay the fee again, take the course again. So we started this only with the undergrad programs back in 2018, which are BSND and CPCT. I believe you guys are here. So we started with this. At that time, we had failure rates of over 150% in these two programs. How is it more than 100%? Students failing in multiple courses. Same student fails in 5 courses. So 150% was the failure rate, and now, ever since we started, we are down to 15%. I know some students still fail, we want that to be 0, but we have really, really helped students, avoiding them from failing. In case you receive this email, I hope you don't, I hope you attend your classes, make sure you submit like your assignments on time, do good in your studies. If you receive my email, that means, first of all, you have to catch up, of course. Second, don't just take it as a warning email and okay, it's okay, I'll do it, whatever. No, it's an opportunity for you to let us know if you are facing any issues. It could be, let's say, your class schedule is not working for you. You might have some issues, maybe something personal issues or something which are not letting you properly attend the classes, properly like perform well in your academics. You can reply to me, let me know that, okay, this is the reason, so that I can maybe help you with whatever resources we have, I can help you. So in case you receive this kind of email, just let me know if you have any concerns so that we can properly like work on it and try to solve it. So make sure that you don't fail. We started with only the undergrads, but now it's like expanded to a lot of courses. So that's a really great thing that we started, and it's really helped us reducing the failure rates. Next thing, AccuPlacer. So this is just for the undergrads. How many BSNT CPCT students are here? BSNT CPCT? 2, 3, only 3? 4, 5. Okay. As you can see, these people have the habit of not coming to classes. Only 5 are here. So AccuPlacer, you guys have to take this test. For CPCT students, it's in the second term. It's Maths and English. And for BSNT, it's going to be English in term 1 and Maths in term 2. So what this test is, because we saw a lot of students were failing in Maths and English as well, so we started taking this test in the beginning of the term. We take the test, okay, the passing criteria is 30%. If you pass, you get the 10%. It's 10% of these courses, English and Maths. You get the 10%, all good. If you fail, you don't achieve 30%, you're going to have to take mandatory tutoring sessions, 4 weeks, like 1 session per week, so 4 sessions. It's basically going to help you improve your English and Maths skills. And that you're going to use in your course as well, like the Maths and English course you're taking, it's just going to assist you with that. After the 4 weeks tutoring, we are going to take the test again. If you pass that, good, 10%. But if you fail, then this 0 will go on your grades. So make sure you take this test and you prepare for it. You'll receive an email from me with the resources, practice resources. Prepare for that, take the test and just clear it, okay? We care. So all of you guys were a part of WhatsApp group, right? Where you were asking your questions, orientation questions, right? So we are just soon gonna close those WhatsApp groups. We are gonna move you over to WeCare. So WeCare is basically for the first term students only. As you guys are coming to a new country, you might have a lot of questions like how things work here, rather it be in college or outside the college. For example, how do you get your student discounts on your Presto card, your bus card? Or where do I buy this thing in Canada? Where do I get this thing? In college, you can ask any question. Where do I get this service? How can I book an appointment with student services? How can I book an appointment with the tutor? Any kind of questions you have, you can ask those questions in these MS Teams groups. So you just have to log on to MS Teams with your student email, your My Lambton email, and we are going to send you a link. You are going to join the group which is for your program. For example, BSND joins the BSND program, CPCT, OHST, etc. So accordingly, join the program. We have staff members as well as some volunteers there who are there to help you, who can answer your questions. All right? And this is one of the most important things. So you guys are coming from different countries, but over here, you don't have any job experience at all. You are starting from the very bottom. How do you build your profile? Because a lot of employers, when you're going to apply for jobs, they're going to look for Canadian experience, that how much Canadian experience you have. You don't have any. And they're going to refuse you just for that reason. You're going to see this. How do you build that experience? You can volunteer in all the activities that we mentioned, academic clubs, WeCare, you can become a WeCare partner, you can help the new students, you can become a tutor, and many different activities. Even these ambassadors we have, they are also a part of a volunteer. They are also going to get the CCR. So you get this CCR certificate being part of these activities, which you can showcase to the employers all over Canada. It has authenticity code, which is valid across Canada, and employers can check it. So they know it's a legit experience you have, and it's going to help you get the jobs, build your profile in your career. So please make sure you are doing these activities. It's really, really, really going to help you guys. And that's all from my side. Do you have any questions for me? No? All right. So you can always email us at tutoringcenter@sestercollege.com. Our office is situated right above the stairs. Just turn right, you will see our office. And you can scan this QR code. It has all the resources that we offer, so really encourage you to do that. And thank you so much, guys. Welcome again to Canada, welcome to Lambton, and see you guys around. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to Sakshi and Sahil for a wonderful presentation. And now I'm back. I hope you're not sick of me, but I'm here for another 30 minutes, so this will go quick, I hope. Today, my name is still Mark Gonzalez, and I'm still the Academic Integrity Officer from before. And so today, we are talking about my thing. Last time I was talking about Canadian culture. Yeah, forget all that. Now we're talking about, the reason why I work at the college. So whenever I meet a new batch of students, I always have this presentation, and the real purpose of it is so that, honestly, I never see you again, right? Ideally, in the nicest possible way. I'm sure you're all lovely people, but I hope I never see you again because nothing has gone wrong in your academics, so you'd have no reason to meet me, right? I meet with students all the time in my semester, and I will always open up a meeting with the following speech. Hi, my name is Mark Gonzalez. I'm the Academic Integrity Officer of the college, and it's my job to review student submissions and make a decision on if you can receive a grade or not. So I talk to you about what happened in your submission, I talk to your teacher about what happened in the submission, and I look at the submission itself. Those are the things I do. And so I will then decide, is it okay to give a grade here? Did something happen where I can't give a grade? Like, that's what I need to do. And so translation, I'm sure you understand, if you cheat, you meet with me, and I might give you a 0. That's what I'm trying to tell you is what my job is. So does that make me the most favorite person on the campus? Not so much. I'm probably the most feared, I suppose. I'm like a boogeyman sometimes. I will be going into an elevator, there's a bunch of students having a lovely conversation, and I step into the elevator, and it's like, shh, Mark. And then they just stop until I get off or they get off. I mean, it's unfortunate. It makes me sad sometimes. I feel like I'm, I don't think I'm scary. I don't think I appear or feel that I give off a scary vibe. I am treated like a boogeyman. A lot of teachers say, don't make me report you to Mark because otherwise he's going to kick you out of school. Although it's possible for me to do that. I have never done that. I don't want to do that. It's not fun to do that, and I have no intention of doing that in any, foreseeable future, okay? So if you see me in real life walking around, it's okay to say hello. I will say hello back. It's all right. I'm not going to, do anything as a result of just seeing you. And it's like I'm not like that, I assure you. But anyways, I've talked a lot about that. We're going to talk about, these people here. This is our team of quality assurance. So I'm the one that wall about, academic integrity issues. I'm also working in quality assurance as a coordinator too. You have Colin. Colin's on our team. He's right over there. He'll be giving out prizes later today for the Kahoot and such. And you might see him in your class if he's observing your instructor to see if the teaching is good in the class, right? So you might see him throughout the semester. And also there's Shauna. Shauna is the other one who was talking about stuff here previously. She has blonde hair. She's my boss. And so, yeah, she's cool too, okay? So we're part of a team. That's the entire team. What are we talking about today, though? Like I said, how do you avoid Mark in the future? How do you make sure that you never see me ever again? Well, we're going to talk about that today. I'm going to tell you how to submit good stuff. And also, what are the tools we give you to submit good stuff, okay? And also some of the bad stuff, too. I'm going to tell you all about that stuff. I learned about a thing recently. It's called ChatGPT. Do you know what that is? Have anyone know? Any fans of ChatGPT? Yeah, okay, good. Thank you for being honest, some of you, for saying, yeah, I know. I'll talk about that in more detail, but what is the stuff that we're going to discuss today? We're talking about how to make sure when you hand in work, your work is good work. Your work represents what you're capable of doing. That way we know how to grade you. And if we have trouble doing that, identifying where you are in your work, that's when we can't give out a grade. That's where the problem lies, okay? So we ask you that you follow rules. There are a bunch of rules that you can follow. We love following rules. Like I think I mentioned that earlier in my Canadian culture thing today. But we want you to do things, so you should expect us to do that as well. Follow rules. I can't, walk down the hallway, find a student, pick them up, and be like, "Hey, are you cheating?" And then see what happens. And if they confess to something or whatever. No, I'm not. There's a procedure that I follow, so I can't just do that. So what can you expect from us? For example, notice. No one's going to surprise you with a big exam worth like 20% of your grade 5 minutes before it happens, right? You have to be able to study for that stuff, right? So communicating with us and us communicating with you, we want to tell you how things work at the very beginning, so there are no surprises in your semester, okay? And that's what you can expect from me right now, for example, and from your instructors throughout the term, okay? So let's jump into the actual tests. Let's talk about tests and assignments. So tests, following instructions is great, but that's a very general, broad strokes term. What does that even mean? Here's an example of that, okay? So you are going to be taking all of your tests digitally on a computer, some kind of device. You'll have your laptops, or perhaps we'll have computers in our computer rooms where you're going to do the tests. They're all digital, no paper. So in order to make sure your stuff works correctly, and making sure that your tests are honest, we use something called a lockdown browser. It prevents you from using other things during the test. But you've got to install that, download it, and put it onto your computer, which could sometimes not work. So what do? We ask that you do a practice test. Download it before the actual real test, and do like a fake test. Download it, install it, do the very quick test a couple of days before the actual event. And if there are issues, you can tell your instructor and see what happens. But then let's say you even do that, and on the day of the test, it still breaks down. Something happens, some kind of glitch, some sort of software malfunction. It results in you messing up your test. Now you're using up all this time trying to fix the test. What are you going to do? You might be sent to the IT guys who might be able to help you, maybe, maybe not. But then you're probably saying to yourself, well, that's not really fair. So you go to your teacher and say, hey, can I lost all this time doing my exam. Can I take the exam again? Because this doesn't feel fair to me. And then one of the first things they'll ask you is, well, did you do the practice test a couple of days before with the responders thing, the lockdown thing? And then you will say, yes, absolutely I did, because I followed instructions and I know exactly what I had to do here. And they'll say, okay, great. And then you'll probably get a chance to retake the test on a different day. But if you say, no, I didn't, I forgot, I didn't know that was a thing, I'm sorry, I didn't know I had to do that, then did you follow the instructions? Probably not, and you may not be able to get that retake. Okay, so following instructions is kind of a general idea, but that's an example of how you can follow instructions and make sure that your stuff is good. Okay, so you also have things like open book tests and closed book tests. If this requires explanation, a closed book test, your books are not open, and your open book tests, your books are not closed, right? So that I hope that doesn't require much explanation there. But by default, it's closed book. Your instructors will mention, they will go out of their way to tell you what an open book examination is, and they'll say open book is okay. But if they don't say that, then you can assume that this is going to be a closed book test, okay? So I've had students come to me and say, well, I thought it was open book. I didn't know I couldn't open my books during the test. I didn't know I was cheating, but it kind of sometimes is, okay? You also have not memorizing. I'm going to come back to that a bit later, but yeah, don't memorize because it's important that you show what you know. But I'll leave it there and then come back a bit in a sec. The last two are pretty important. You are all adults here. You can all control your bladders and decide, well, do I need to use the bathroom right now or not? So no one's going to stop you from going to the bathroom, but just remember, let's say you need to go to the bathroom in the middle of a test. Yeah, okay, you can use the bathroom, but once you exit the room, your examination is over. So you have to really ask yourself, can I hold it? Just for a few more questions, and then use the bathroom after that, okay? But more than that, I said that all your tests are digital, they're on the computer, so if you are taking a test on a computer and you're trying to get to school and you're unfortunately late because the bus or the subway was slow or if someone pushed that button, the yellow button on the subway and then you're stuck, well, I have my computer in my bag. I can make a hotspot with my phone. I could just take the test in my computer. It's on Moodle. I can jump in, take the test, and then get to class and continue the test. And then I'll tell the teacher, well, I just started over there, but I'm now here. It's good. It's great, right? And I can do that, right? No, of course not. You cannot do that. Please do not do that, okay? If you're not in the examination room, please do not take the exam, okay? You have to be in the room to take it. If you take it outside of the room, you start the exam outside of the room, you take it outside of the room, wherever you are, and you're not in the class, then that's not eligible for a grade. Then you're going to be sent to me, and then I have to say, well, we can't grade it. You took the test already, we can't do that. But if you don't take the test, you miss it. If you have the ability to jump onto Moodle on your laptop on a bus or wherever, you also have the ability to email your instructor and say that you're running late. Email saying, hey, here's what's happening right now, and I'm not there. Is there something we can do? And then wait for what your instructor tells you. That is when you can take that test, once you hear from your instructor. So please, this is important advice. Tell all your friends that are not here, don't take the exam outside the exam room, okay? Then I can't help you, okay? All right, but let's talk about assignments now. And we're gonna come back to that memorize thing in just a second. But we want original work, okay? Original work. And what is original work? Original work is work that you've done that only you have seen and your instructor has seen. What do I mean by that? Okay, I hear this story all the time. I talk to a student who's being sent to me for some reason, and they say, well, I did the work myself, Mike. I assure you I did it myself. To be honest, I did it myself. And they always say, like, to be honest, so which is weird, like, were you lying before? But whatever. Okay, to be honest. Okay, I wrote it all myself, but then my friend came to me and he told me, well, my girlfriend just broke up with me, and he was really heartbroken. He was sitting there all night just quiet, like reading poetry, watching romance movies, wishing that his girlfriend would come back. And he said, well, I couldn't possibly write this exam right now, this essay. Can I just borrow yours as a reference? And then that'll help me because, again, I'm heartbroken. And I said, well, my friend is his heart is broken, and I feel really bad for my friend. So I said, yeah, here's my essay, but only use it as a reference, just as a reference. And he said, okay, no problem. And they took my essay and changed my name with his name, and then he uploaded the whole thing, and then the whole thing was plagiarized. Who's at fault there? Right? Whose fault is that? Well, actually, it's probably the girlfriend's for breaking up with him, but anyways, everyone is at fault. Everybody is at fault in this case. So both of the people involved here, the person that gives and takes, that's the problem. So if you make content for a grade, no one else sees that. You can study with people, you can talk about assignments with people, but talking is different than showing them your work. Hide your work, but study with each other, that's fine. Okay, so just remember that part there. But also, individual versus group work, we're gonna talk about that a bit later too. But what I will say for now is group work is meant to make your lives easier and not harder. How does that work? Well, we'll talk about that in a sec. Copying and pasting from the internet is kind of an issue sometimes. This is when we're talking about don't memorize. Here's what I mean about don't memorizing. If you are reading something, a document, an essay, some sort of any kind of writing, you have it open with the intention of writing about it in your own Word document. If you have the file open at the same time that you're writing, even if you don't mean to, accidentally, you'll probably copy from that source, even if you don't intend to. Some people do. Some people will say that, well, Mark, I took it, I was using a reference, and then I, had to make it my own, so I made it my own. Think of it like this. One, you're telling me this, so probably something happened that was not right, right? You're meeting with me about saying that. The other thing is, you probably started with somebody's paragraph then took out a word and put in your own word, took out a word, put in your own word, took out a word. That's not, it's like the same person, just with different clothes on, right? It's the same person. So blank slate, okay? Do not look at the thing while you write, put it away, and start to type your separate thing. That's original work. That's how you make sure that you're original. One of the ways. But on top of that, APA. So you've heard APA. Some people have said APA so far today. APA, if you don't know what that is, any fans of APA? Who loves APA in the room? Okay, we have a, thank you for your, fans of APA, that's pretty cool, okay. Those of you that don't know what it is, don't worry, we go out of our way to show you what APA is. If you come back tomorrow, which I hope you all do, you'll see a big session by Olga telling you what APA is, how it works. If you have a comm class in your semester, in your program map, you will have a whole class devoted to telling you how APA works. And it's your protection from things like plagiarism. Because, and I'm sure a lot of you know what plagiarism is, maybe, maybe not, but if you haven't heard of the word any fans of plagiarism here, by the way? No? Okay. All right, good. Anyways, plagiarism. A lot of people say copy-paste is plagiarism. It is, but it's not just that. It's when you're using something and you don't tell anybody that you used it so that the person thinks you did it all yourself. That's what plagiarism really is, not showing us where stuff came from. So if you show us where stuff came from, how do you do that? You'll use APA. You cite and you reference and you tell us where these things are from. Okay, that's your protection from, me, really, frankly, to get away from me. This is what you have to do. So what do? You start from a blank slate and you write clean. Your own words, your own writing from scratch. Okay? You want to tell us where stuff came from. If you're using ChatGPT, the problem is not using ChatGPT. I'm sure you're all going to use ChatGPT. It's not telling anyone that you've used ChatGPT and still using it. That's where the issue lies, okay? And we'll talk more about ChatGPT in just a sec. But yeah, this is what you can do. So if you've heard all about APA and you want to learn more about this cool new thing, APA workshop coming up tomorrow, right? So check that out. Come by and you'll see it. On top of that, we've done a recording where we show you on recording me talking about APA. That's on our academic integrity page on Moodle if you want to visit that. That's available for you right now. And on top of that, you've got one-on-one sessions with the Tutoring Center. If you want specific help with making sure your formatting is right, you've got it down, well, they can offer that to you for free too. So I encourage you to use all of those if you want to learn more about APA, all right? But let's talk about those tools. APA is one thing, but here are some of the things we offer. You've heard about Grammarly. Grammarly has a free version, but it also has a premium version, and we give you the premium version for free. So while you're a student here, congratulations, you have Grammarly Premium. We encourage you to use Grammarly Premium whenever you can for your work. And this is coming from someone who taught English for a long time, and I don't like Grammarly, but I'm saying please use it, because it's good. It is good, right? And it does a lot of things. It can check your grammar, of course. It can rewrite whole portions of your assignment, and it could also check for plagiarism. We encourage you to use the first one, checking for grammar. The plagiarism thing, for example, not so great. I'll talk about that in just a sec as well. But you also have Turnitin. Turnitin checks for plagiarism. If you don't know what that is, I'm going to show you an example of Turnitin in just a moment. But that is the thing that we use as the official checker for similarity. So Grammarly might tell you the plagiarism checker is 0% plagiarism, and then Turnitin will say 105%, and then you'll be like, what happened here? Well, we listened to the Turnitin one, not the Grammarly one. So it doesn't really help you to use Grammarly, okay? And then, of course, ChatGPT. What I will say about ChatGPT, because we all know what that is now, it can definitely help you in your submissions, but you have to remember 3 things with ChatGPT. First thing, get permission. Every teacher is different. Every course is different. Every assignment in the course is different. So all you need to do to check if you can use it is just raise your hand and communicate. Ask, is it okay to use ChatGPT for assignment number 4? And they will tell you yes or no. And once you get that yes, they'll have rules around it, but at least you know it's okay to use, okay? And then once you have that permission, telling us how you used it using APA, citation and reference with APA. You can do that with ChatGPT, okay? And then the third thing, if you use ChatGPT, it keeps history of what you asked. So don't delete that history. Keep the history in case someone wants to see it. Consider it like a source or a reference. You don't want to delete or throw away your references. So if someone asks for you, can I just see the conversation that you had with ChatGPT? And you say, oh, so I must have deleted it and then burned all the files and destroyed my computer. I'm so sorry, I don't have it anymore. That's a problem, because I don't know how you created this thing, right? So keep all that content, okay? But there's another thing, Quillbot. Any fans of Quillbot here? Okay, thank you for your honesty. I appreciate that. Yes, Quillbot, don't use that one. That's the not so good one. And I'll tell you why. You know what it's good at? It's very, very, very good at getting caught for plagiarism, right? That's what it's really good at. Grammarly doesn't do that, as you see with my lovely chart here, okay? Another thing that is problematic with Quillbot, if you don't know what Quillbot is, it's a paraphrasing tool. You put in a paragraph, it puts in a brand new, beautiful paragraph written for you compared to what you wrote, right? And that's not so great for one of two reasons. One, it gets caught with AI checkers all the time with Turnitin. But on top of that, if you want to keep history of what you ask Quillbot, you have to pay money for that with the premium version. And I'm not telling you to go out there and start paying money for these things when you have Grammarly and you have ChatGPT for free, okay? So don't worry about Quillbot. You have other tools instead of Quillbot. Tell all your friends, don't use Quillbot. Use the other stuff. Grammarly, ChatGPT is a bit better, okay? All right, but let's show you an example of Turnitin now. Turnitin is not a software that you download, install, and keep on your PC. It's a link on your Moodle pages to upload your files. So here's an example of it. We click on this Turnitin submission. This is a comm class, so I click on that. I upload my file. My file is now uploaded on this page, and I can see the time and date that I uploaded it. Just a side note, if it's red color, that submitted part, you're late, just so you know. If it's black, you're on time. But then you have similarity over here. You may or may not be able to see this number. Your teacher may show it to you. Your teacher may not show it to you. You can request it, and I encourage instructors to show it to you, but you know, it may or may not be there. But if it is, look, this person submitted an essay, 100% similar. Yes, 100%, right? Everyone loves 100%, right? And it's not, you want the opposite of that. This is horrible, this is not good. 100 is not good. You want like a blue color here, not red. But here's an example. I'm gonna click on an essay. This essay is a different essay. It's like 25% similar. You'll see that every color here comes from or matches with another location on the internet or maybe some other student's submission, okay? You don't want color. The rainbow of color here is not that great. You want black and white. Plain old black and white is better. So that side over here will tell you, I'll zoom in just a second, but that side tells you where all the sources come from. This tells you what's to change. And if you submit your submissions early on Turnitin, you have a chance to change this in many cases. So if your assignment is due on Friday and you submit it on Tuesday, you can get this number, change it, and then upload it again. And in many cases, you have 3 chances to do this and see the number and update, update, update. So a lot of students ask, what is a good number to see here? And I recommend, it could be anything that is sent to me for review. Your teacher is the final boss here. 20% is a pretty healthy number. Below that, my recommendation to every student, pull it down as far down as you can. If you're not comfortable with the number, tell your instructor, hey, I've been trying to do this. I've been trying to pull it down. It's stuck at 35. I can't bring it lower. Is this stuff okay? Can you just do a review for me? And then they might be able to give you some feedback if it's okay or not okay. But, 20 is like a soft estimate of a good number, okay? But, here's what you can see. Here are the different places. Here are the buttons that you have, and I'll just show you the main page. Here's the buttons that you can see on your side. I'm going to show you what your teacher can see. Here's what your teacher can see. And there are many numbers here. There are many more buttons here. And there's a cool little button, a blue button, at the bottom. AI says 100%. So this is a 25% similar matching essay. 25%, you can see this. 25%. Matches with Google, matches with other students. On the next page, you're going to see what matches with what a robot would write for this essay. And you'll see that the whole thing is 100%. Okay? There are two checkers that Turnitin can do. One of them is similarity, which you are able to see on your account sometimes. The other one is artificial intelligence. Your instructor's account can see this. Student accounts cannot. You can, again, request it, but there's no switch for your teacher to turn it on so you can automatically see it, okay? So sometimes you might be sent to me for an AI report. If you have your ChatGPT history, if you have your references, if you have how you made your stuff, this isn't really a big deal. But if you don't have those things, it's a concern for us. So just remember that. There are 2 settings. There are 2 different checkers, okay? All right. Group work. Oh, no. Oh, I forgot. If you've heard everything I've said so far and you're like, oh my gosh, I can't wait to cheat so I can meet Mark later this semester, do all of the above. Do all of these things and you will definitely meet with me later on. But if you want to avoid me, for instance, do the opposite. Okay, so don't use sources that are not so great. If you have an assignment, your mother, your best friend that works in finance, they don't count as reputable sources. Use better sources than that. Academic stuff that you might find online, for example. You want to make sure that your ChatGPT history is kept and held on to so you don't delete it. And you want to ask permission for things for like ChatGPT whenever you need to use it, okay? All right, so group work. Yes, sorry, yes. Right. That's right. Okay, so the question that, I'll repeat the question for everyone that couldn't hear it because I'm sure it was between you and I. So the question is, I'll paraphrase for you. AI checkers for students, right? Like you want to be able to check your content. How do we know if your content is okay or not okay, right? In many cases for AI, it's tough for you to do this because the only recognized thing is turn it in, right? So in that case, I do encourage you to do a few other things. APA, for instance, is a good way to prevent or protect you from these accusations of potential plagiarism. So if you're recording all of your sources, that's the best way to do that. You can also request the AI report from your instructor, who may or may not show it to you. So I think that's the safest one for you, to just have the conversation. Is it okay to see the AI report to see what's going on right now? And in many cases, your instructors, especially in comm, they will show you that report. But you have to ask for it. Yeah. So if you have a big window to upload your file, and then you upload it early, then you can upload it, then ask for it, and then see if changes can be made, right? So as long as you have the conversation with the instructor, you'll be able to get that, right? Yeah, that's what I recommend for that. And that actually brings me to that same question just for a whole group. So group work, okay? If you submit as a group, one person should not be doing the work of like 5 people, right? So you want 5 people in the group, 5 people doing work per assignment. Divide the work equally and then contribute. If that doesn't happen, tell your instructor so that that doesn't continue. But for example, let's say you're in a group of 5, you've done your work, 4 other people do their work normally. One person who tells no one uses AI. They use ChatGPT, they put it into everyone's group assignment, it's submitted, AI is being caught with turn it in, and now what do you do because you didn't do anything? What are you supposed to do in this case, okay? My recommendation for groups is to do all of your work in Google Docs. A Google Doc, if everyone has access to the same Google Doc file, everyone works inside of that same file, I can see who does what, who makes what change. And don't just copy paste your work from one place to another. Type it out in the Google file and I can see progress. And when I see progress of how content was made, I am more than happy to even say maybe sometimes a grade is fine because you're showing me that you've done the work for the assignment. Even if AI is there, even if ChatGPT is there, who cares because you were doing work the whole way through. So Google Doc will protect you in those cases. Please consider that if you're in a group and doing group work, okay? All right, so the last few things I want to show you, I'm going to show you the top 2. I'm going to tell you of the existence of the bottom 2. So learning resources like your textbooks and your slides and stuff, that's on Moodle. You'll get that on all your courses. The bottom one is the APA guide. Consider it like a dictionary for all of your APA questions. If you ask your teacher a question about APA, they'll be like, oh, good question. How do you cite a YouTube link? Great. 1 second. Then they're going to go over to the APA guide, check it, and then come back to you and give you the answer. Well, what if we just give you the book, and then you can look at that anytime you want, right? So that will be offered to you in the comm classes for free. We should charge you because it's so useful, but it's free, okay? And download that, keep it forever for the whole time you're in the college. But the other 2, the outline, the course outline and the evaluation timetable, those are good, very, very important to have. So here's an example of the front page of a course outline. I don't expect you to read that. That's too teeny tiny, of course not. But it has all the basic information of the course, the learning outcomes of the course. Good to know those, right? You're going to have also the textbooks that you need to buy. Good to know that as well. And also your assignments. What is due? What are the assignments and what are the percentages for each assignment? If you don't know what a B grade is, a B plus, it's here for you. It tells you, it gives you a chart of the different grades, okay? So that's very important to have. This one is really, really, really important to have, the evaluation timetable. When is exam number 2 happening? Not day 4, not day 6, what day? The actual date on the calendar. June 7th, 2024? Yes, no, I don't know. You can find out with this file. What is the name of the assignment? What is the date that it's going to happen? What should I study to prepare for that assignment? And what is the percentage of my grade? All of it is on this document. Get it day one. If your instructor doesn't have it for you day one, you can ask them to provide it to you because they should be giving it to you day one. If it is day 6 and you still don't have it, there's a big problem. You can politely, using all the body language stuff I taught you today and all the communication stuff I taught you today, to ask for this document, but please make sure you have it for your entire set of courses, okay? All right, last few things, policies. The top 2 policies kind of apply to me. If you meet with me, it's probably related to 2000-5-1 or 2000-1-6. This one is a bit longer than the test and exam protocol, but we do encourage that you take a look at it, review it, so you understand what are the expectations of you, what happens when you meet with me. The whole process is right there, okay? I meet with you. There are different outcomes that could happen. What happens after the meeting, everything is right here for you to read. So please, please be aware of how that works. Grade appeals, the grade appeal policy and the missed classes and missed test policy. Remember the thing I told you about when you are on the bus and you're late for the test and you don't want to take the test outside? This is this one. The 4th one is what applies to here, okay? Grade appeals, you have the right to appeal a grade. If I never meet with you and you disagree with the grade and I never made a decision on your grade, you can appeal that grade according to the policy here. So please be aware of your rights as a student. You need to have this stuff so you understand it. No one takes advantage of you here, okay? Where to find it? Here. Moodle page, administration, policies. They're all right there, ready for you to read at any point in time in your semester. So please check that out and take a look, okay? I think I'm also down here. Academic integrity is me. I'm over there too, okay. Last few things. Your information is your information. Your Moodle login is your Moodle login. Don't share that with somebody else. Someone is logged into your Moodle account while you're taking an active examination, that's a 0, right? Like there shouldn't be anything weird going on in your account in the middle of a test. Don't share your stuff, okay? If you use another person's laptop, don't save or auto-save the login ID on that person's laptop. Delete it or change your password frequently, okay? Also, your grades are confidential. You don't have to tell anyone what your grades are. What did you get on the final exam? 100%. What are you going to do, check? No. You can say whatever you want. It doesn't matter. It's your private information, okay? On top of that, don't share other private information online. And the last thing I really want to say is never, ever, 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 ever take that test outside the exam room. That will actually put me out of a job if you don't do that anymore, right? Because I won't have to meet with anybody else. So if you don't do that, just contact your instructor instead. That will give you the best outcome if you miss that test, okay? All right, I'm out of things. I'm out of things to say. Maybe if you have things to say that you want to say to me, email me right here. The top one will go to Mark, and the bottom one will also go to Mark. So you can send them both to me, and I will contact you with anything. If you want, for example, the APA guide, I'm more than happy to email that to you. If you don't have a comm class or something, okay? So I'm done. I'm out of things to say. I am 2 minutes over, but I do appreciate you listening to 30 minutes of me talking about academic integrity. Fans of academic integrity, who loves academic integrity? Yeah, all right, yeah, all right, okay, cool, okay, cool. Oh, yes, thank you, yeah, okay, great. So thanks everyone for listening. I appreciate your time and your energy and being awake the whole time. So thanks for that, and I'll see you around, and in the nicest possible way, I hope I never see you again, right? Except for tomorrow and the day after that. But otherwise, good. Thanks, everyone. Have a good day. All the best, and good luck in your studies, okay? All right, thanks.
Okay, we're in the home stretch, guys. We're getting close. So the next session here is Student Services and Advising. If you have not attended Canadian Culture, there will be a session in 218 on Canadian Culture. You can join me up there. If you are in QEMT, you have a session in room 126. And if you are in FSDT, you have a session in 127. Everyone comes back here at 3:45 for the raffle and for the Kahoot game. And then you all break out into your program info sessions. Good? Okay. SDT 127. Good?
Okay, everybody, we are almost ready for our next presenters. We have in the atrium, where you are right now, we have the student services session, so pretty informative and very, very useful. And then in room 218, we have the Canadian Culture session. So that one is hosted by Shauna, and this one is hosted by a person who needs no introduction, our student services representative. Drum roll, please. Please welcome. What's your name again, ma'am? Tenny. Tenny Evanesian. Everyone welcome. Hey, everyone. Okay, there you go.
Thank you so much, Mark. Oh, thank you. Thanks so much, guys, for being here. So if you're here for the student services presentation, you're in the right place. If you want to move up or have a seat, please do so. Get comfortable so we can start. Okay, spring 2024 student services. What is this presentation going to be about? So we're going to talk about what student services is, what do we do, how to contact us, and what areas in the college we help with, okay? Okay, so if you have never interacted with student services in your previous education and kind of want to know what is student services, the simplest way to think of us is like a help desk, like an information hub. If you don't know where to go for various things, there's a lot of departments in the college, there's a lot of things that each department does. It's a very complicated system. So if you want to know where to go, you don't have to know where to go. You just come to student services and we will direct you to the correct section of the college or the correct person to help solve your problem. Okay, so how do you actually contact us now that you know what we do? Contacting student services, of course, emails is always an option. You're going to email studentservices@sestercollege.com. Email is usually for things where you need a quick answer, things that don't require a long conversation, things that are not hard to explain via email. So I know you guys are busy, so it's probably just easier for you to email us. When you do email us, I want you to think, when you send an email, it can be about anything, right? So when you send an email, that email goes to a ticketing pool of emails. And the person that is reading your emails will look at your inquiry and then based on what your question is, will assign that ticket or that email to the right advisor, the right type of advisor that is going to help you. Okay, so that advisor could be a student services advisor, it could be a registration advisor, it could be an immigration advisor, right? Depending on what your question is. So if you guys get a reply back and it's from one of the advisors and you don't understand any of its content or you need further follow-up, you can always come see us in person. But it's not necessarily going to be me that is going to answer your email, right? So don't think just because you emailed student services, must be Tenny that answered your emails. It could be me, could be somebody else. But I'm more than happy to meet with you and help you understand the content of the email or to discuss it in person, okay? When you do send emails, an advisor will reply back to you in 24 to 48 hours. So please be patient. Sometimes it's not busy and we might email you back the same day. Usually end of semester, beginning of semester are busy periods, so we might take a little bit longer to get back to you, but we will get back to you. So don't send more than one email. Sometimes people, they panic and they want to make sure, okay, I'm going to send 2-3 emails to make sure somebody responds, okay? And then what happens? So they'll send an email, I read that email, I action whatever you want me to do, okay? Now you've sent a second email. That second email goes to another advisor. They read the email. They have no idea that you emailed me before about this, so they're going to go and they're going to reverse everything I did. So it's like whatever you wanted never even happened. So you think you're being efficient, but what you're actually doing is the opposite. So please don't send more than one email about an issue. If you're in a rush, just come see us in person, probably easier for you. We are here 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. Our offices are located just at the front of the building where you guys came in by the reception desk. Everyone knows where that is, close to the front in this building. So you can always come there by the reception desk. There is an iPad. This iPad is located directly across from the reception desk. It has an application on it. You're going to sign in with your student ID, your name, your phone number, and then you're going to have a seat just by the area by the iPad. There's sofas, couches. Have a seat. And then in probably 5 to 10 minutes, you're going to get a notification on your phone, and that notification is going to say that an advisor is ready to see you. So I'm going to come out, I'm going to get you, and then we'll go into my office for a one-on-one advising session. Okay? So that's how you see us in person. There is actually a phone number as well. If you've never called the college, you could call this phone number and ask to speak with student services, okay? In that case, they'll transfer you to me and I can help you. The student service advisors are me and another lady called Juliana. She was presenting earlier today, so it'll either be Juliana or me that see you in person if you come to see us at student services. Okay, for those of you that like to help yourselves, there is, just by show of hands, who knows what Moodle is or has visited Moodle already? Okay, yep, a few people, perfect. If you guys don't know what Moodle is a platform where you guys access your course material and interact with your course material with that platform. Now, we do have a session on Thursday, which is tomorrow, So we're going to go in detail about what Moodle is. So if you guys want to attend that session or watch it online, you can just follow along, and we'll tell you where to click to access everything on Moodle. But when you initially log on to Moodle, you're going to see a little menu up there, just like the one you see on the page. And there is a option there for student services. So if you click on student services, you're going to get a whole bunch of a whole bunch of information about what we do, contact information, emails. So most of the stuff that I talk about today is also available on Moodle under the Student Services tab. So you can help yourselves if you rather do that than come see us or email us. Okay, so what do we actually help with? So these are areas that we directly help with. So when you come to us with any of these inquiries, we can actually help you directly. And other things, we might have to send you somewhere else. So these areas are academic support, registration and finance, program progression, personal advising, and student account updates. Okay, academic support is the first category of things we help with. When I say academic support, people mistake this for you come to student services, we have a magic wand that we whip out, and we cast a spell, and we make your grades go up. We excuse you from missing class. We make your instructors do what you want them to do. That is not the case. We wish we had those magical powers, but it's our job to guide you guys through what to do if you have a disagreement with an instructor, a disagreement about grades, maybe something happened between you and another classmate. So there's a lot of policies and rules in the college, and it's our job to make it easy for you to understand, to know which one to follow, what is the correct procedure if you have an issue in the college. But it is not our job. We don't have the authority to make things happen like grade changes or excuse you from missing class, okay? So you're more than welcome to come to us. So we help you understand the rules, but we cannot make exceptions because we just don't have the permission to do that. So like I was saying, there's a lot of policies in the college. I'm not going to bore you with all of them. I've just picked two that I think will be useful because we get a lot of questions about these two policies in the college from students that come to see us. So I want to go through those policies with you. One of them is the missed tests and class policy, and the other one is student complaints policy. Okay, so first and foremost, how do you even find the policies, right? Like I said, they're very wordy, long documents, so I don't mean to say you guys have to read all of these. That's why I'm here, so I can simplify it for you. But if you want to know where to where to read about these policies, they are available on the Lambton College in Toronto website. So if you click on this, you scan this QR code, it'll take you to the Toronto website. There's a menu at the top. You can click on student policies, and you can read whatever policy you're looking to get more information on. A lot of these policies also come with accompanying forms. So again, just wanting to let you know where it is in case you need to access a form for something and you're wondering where to find it. Of course, you can email me, I'll send it to you, but they're all available for all of our students on the Lambton College in Toronto website. Okay, so first policy, conduct and complaints. Let's say you had an interaction with your instructor in class and you were offended by this interaction, right? Maybe the instructor raised their voice, maybe they said something that was rude, maybe they said something that was racist, something where you feel like it was unfair and it was rude and you were offended by it, okay? And when I say unfair, I don't mean my instructor was strict, okay? Sometimes that's life, you get a strict instructor. So when I say rude, I mean something where it's not up for discussion and this is something that is actually offensive in nature, okay? So you're gonna come to me and you're gonna say, I had this interaction with the instructor, I'm not happy about it. I'm gonna ask you, did you tell your instructor that this offended you? Have you had that honest conversation that this was offensive, your feelings were hurt? And the reason I will ask this of you is because the person that has offended you has the right to know that they've hurt your feelings. So it's not to put you in a more uncomfortable situation by wanting you to confront the instructor. It's more that the instructor understands and has a chance to know which specific interaction from their side offended you. So you're gonna say, yes, I had the conversation with the instructor. If you say no, then I'm gonna tell you to have that conversation. And if you've had the conversation and it hasn't gotten anywhere, so you're still unhappy, you're still offended, that's when you come to me and I'm gonna say, okay, write it down in an email. So you're gonna be very specifically explaining details of what happened, who said what date, what's the resolution you're hoping to achieve from bringing this up, from giving us feedback about the instructor's behavior. And again, the reason for this is if you write things down on paper, there's less of a chance that things will be misunderstood. So there's nothing that will be lost in translation, nothing that will be left out. And now this form has all of the details, or this email has all of the details for me to submit it to college management. And college management will look into this and will investigate it, okay? I want you to know it is okay, perfectly okay, for you to bring up feedback. We want the feedback, we appreciate the feedback. It is never the case where you will come and complain about something and there will be any kind of negative backlash. We have a zero tolerance in the college for any type of negative backlash. So if you give me feedback about an instructor and you follow the proper procedure and the instructor decides to in any way retaliate, we have policies in place to prevent that from happening. Should that be the case, trust me, there will be consequences for the instructor. So please don't be afraid. If you truly feel like something unjust and unfair and offensive has taken place, please come to us and be patient and follow the procedure so we can get the help that you need, okay? So that is the way to go about complaining about an instructor's behavior. Okay, actually, sorry, let me go back to this slide. I wanted to tell you guys, it is very hard sometimes because we're all different people and we all have different idea of how to interact best with someone. Sometimes we're not all on the same page about what is professional, what is the right thing to say and what is not. So if you guys get a chance, again, if the one policy I'm gonna say I recommend that you read on that policies page is the student rights and responsibilities, okay? You wanna know what is acceptable from other people, how do they treat you, how do you treat them? So it just sets the expectations so we're all on the same page, and then when if you are offended, you know what the person said is actually offensive, right? And you also know how to treat other people, whether that's instructors or classmates. Harassment, bullying, and racism. Again, I'm gonna actually go to this slide now and talk about that. Of course, the college has zero tolerance for this stuff. It is sometimes difficult. It's a difficult topic because I know, we all stereotype as much as we try to rise above it. Stereotyping is a very human thing, right? When you first see someone, it's kind of a scary situation. You know nothing about this person and now you're supposed to interact with them, right? So your brain just latches onto whatever you can see on the outside to help you understand this person, right? So that could be the color of their skin, that could be their race, their culture, things you've heard about them from social media or from media, right? So it's a very normal thing for the brain to do, but I would recommend, as much as it's human, think before you speak, okay? So try to get to know the person based on your interactions with that person versus everything you've heard about their culture, okay? And it's not fair to the person to be judged, right? As much as, yes, they might exhibit some of the cultural traits that you think about them, it's not right to solely judge them based on that, right? Every individual is unique. Every individual has their personality, and it's only fair that you let them show you who they are before you judge them. An example of this, I always like to talk about, Canadians love cold weather. This is a stereotype, okay? I'm Canadian, I hate cold weather, right? So if you assume that I love cold weather, you may then, I don't know, take me skiing and I would hate it. So if you interact with me as a person, you give me that chance, you will find out I actually hate cold weather. And that's a more fair way of interacting with me versus what you think about me based on the fact that I'm Canadian, right? Just an idea. And, keep in mind, we're all from different cultures, different nationalities, different backgrounds, but ultimately we have one goal in common, is that we're all immigrants, right? We have come to this country in the hopes of making a new life for ourselves. We have the goal in mind to study here, to grow here, possibly, get our work permit after we graduate, possibly get our permanent residence. So as much as, yes, you're from different backgrounds and the tendency is to stick to your, groups and only be friends with the people of your culture, you should give someone else a chance, right? You never know, your future best friend could be sitting in this room. So we all, again, as much as we're all different, we all have something in common, and if you give someone a chance and you let yourself interact with them, you never know how that can make you grow as a person or where that could lead, okay? Okay, so second policy, miss classes. People love to ask us, how many classes can I miss? Short answer is 0. You're not supposed to miss any classes. As an international student, you're here on a study permit, and your priority is classes, and the condition of your study permit is that you come to class. Now, is that realistic? No. You might get sick. You might, God forbid, get into an accident, have family emergencies. It happens, right? We understand that. We're here to support you, but we do want you to be vigilant and gather the evidence that is needed when you say you're sick and you can't come to class. So the policy on this says that if you are missing less than 2 days of a course, you have to email your instructor, and it is up to the instructor, okay? Now, let's say you're a good student, you always go to class, you do your work, you participate, and you got a cold, and you tell your instructor, who is not very strict, let's say, I got a cold, I can't come to class. You might say, okay, take the time you need, rest, I'll see you next time. Now, you have skipped, let's say, so many classes, and you finally get up the courage to email your instructor yet again, and you say, you know what, I can't make it to this test, I'm sick. And let's say this instructor is a very strict instructor. Chances are he's going to want a doctor's note from you. Because, as much as we might be honest, there are people who are not, and they will use excuses to miss class. And also it depends on the instructor. Maybe they're strict, they always check and want you to provide a doctor's note, maybe they're not. I can't guarantee that the instructor will not want you to present a doctor's note. So cover your bases. If you're sick, even if it's a cold, you have health insurance, visit a walk-in clinic, visit a doctor, get the doctor's note, okay? So if they ask for it, you have it ready, and then when you have that ready, you may get a chance to redo the test, retake the test, or get the grades that you deserve. If you don't, I cannot guarantee you that you will pass the course. So we can't force you to go to class, but there may be consequences if you miss. And more importantly, like I said, in the case where you do fail a class, let's say you need to stay an extra semester, extend your study permit, IRCC might want attendance records, and that attendance records now says you were absent a lot. So it doesn't look good on paper. It looks like you did not prioritize your studies. So please go to class if you can, but we understand life gets in the way. Just if that happens, please be prepared to present evidence. If you're saying your grandmother passed away, they may want a death certificate, okay? So what happens where you have a more complex medical issue and now you need to take 2 weeks, 3 weeks off, okay? Let's say you have to go back home, you have to get the surgery done, in that case, it is no longer up to your instructor. So you have to get permission from the director via email or in-person appointment. And be prepared because, again, he's going to want evidence. You need a Canadian doctor, not a doctor from back home, to write on a piece of paper a medical note, a verified medical note, right? That you need to have the surgery done, and more importantly, why you can't have it done here, right? Maybe there's a long wait time. Maybe this surgery, if you were to get it done here, it would take 3 months. Meanwhile, you have to have it done in next month, right? So the doctor has to say that. You have to go back home. You need to go back home to get this done. Another reason why you wouldn't be able to get it done here is maybe it's a pre-existing condition and your health insurance will not cover it. So you have to go back home because it's cheaper back home. Again, the insurance company, your health insurance company, has to say that in a document that they will not cover the charge and therefore you need to go back home. So we are here to accommodate, allow you to go back home, of course, take care of your medical issues, but there has to be something on paper that says you need to go, and when is, what's the recovery time? What is the medical issue? Why can't you get it done here? Okay? So as long as you have that evidence, you meet with the director, you present the evidence. Now he's gonna say, okay, you need 3 weeks off. Okay, great. Go, get whatever you need to get done, and then recover and come back. Let's say you meet up with him and you say, my doctor has said I need 3 months off. Okay, semester is 4 months and your doctor said you need 3 months off. So now you have missed 3 months of work. Sorry, 3 months of study. So how is it possible for you to pass that semester, right? So when I say accommodate, I don't mean to say, okay, just go for unlimited time and then come back when you want. In that case, accommodation may look more like the director saying, okay, you know what? You need to go on an authorized leave for the entire semester, recover, come back for the next semester, okay? So when I say accommodate, it looks different for every person depending on their individual circumstances. So just because your friend got this many days off doesn't necessarily mean that's what will be granted to you. Every case is different, and the director is, of course, fair and supportive, and we're all here to support you, and we will understand you. We just need you to present the evidence, and we'll do what's best for your individual circumstances. Okay, so moving on to registration. I do tell students, student services, we do help with registration, but you have to understand, we are not the registration department. That is a completely different department in the college. We do have some duties that cross over, so there's some registration-related matters when we can directly help you with, but not all. Sometimes, if you come to see me about a registration-related issue, I might say, okay, you know what? Let me email the registration team, or I might ask you to email the registration team. So of course, you're more than welcome to come to us and we will help you, but if we can't, again, you have to wait until we get an answer for you from the registration team. They are not available for face-to-face interaction. They're only available via email. But if you want to talk in person, you can come see us at Student Services. And the registration email is up there, registration@sestercollege.com. So just some of the issues, so you guys understand what is a registration-related issue. Academic scheduling is a registration matter, right? So your timetable, your schedule, transfer credits. If you have a master's degree from back home, you can transfer some of your credits every term, and that is also something the registration team does. Failed courses and makeup courses, so this is something we can help with at Student Services as well. If you failed a course and you need to take that course again and you want some advice, we can help with that. Substitute courses are makeup courses that are not available for you to take, so the registration team in that case will offer you a similar course if one is available. And finally, fees. So anything related to your tuition or makeup course payments, we will help you with that. Okay, so I'm going to play a short video. This video is made by the Lambton College in Sarnia, and this is related to how schedules are made, what are some of the expectations, and some of the, I guess, things to watch out for when it comes to group selections and schedules. All right, guys, so we're going to come back to that video a little bit later. We're having some technical issues with the volume. So I'm going to, oh, I guess we're troubleshooting now.
At all Lambton College study locations, we offer classes 6 days a week. Welcome to Lambton College. We are sure you are excited to take the courses. We want to ensure that you have reasonable expectations about your course and class schedules at Lambton College. At all Lambton College study locations, we offer classes 6 days a week, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., Monday through Saturday. Sometimes students will have classes scheduled over 3, 4, or 5 days depending on the semester and program. Most programs deliver between 15 and 22 hours of classes per week, depending on the programs and the specific semester. Lambton does not guarantee a certain type of schedule or a minimum number of days. Scheduling depends on various factors, such as laboratory or classroom space, instructor availability, and a balanced day. These factors can change within and during a semester, for example, every 7 weeks, and from one semester to the next. You should expect your class and course schedule to change from semester to semester. Schedules rarely stay the same. International students are required to study most of their classes in person, and we believe as an institution that your time in the classroom enriches your experience in Canada as an international student through teamwork and interactivity. Some courses may be offered online, but most courses will be delivered in person. Exceptions to this approach may occur under special circumstances, such as the pandemic, and are based on advice and guidance from local health authorities and governments. As an international student on a study permit, the priority is your education. Any work or personal schedules should be determined after you receive your college class schedule each semester. It is important to note that you will not be able to access your class schedule if you have not paid the total fees for the subsequent semester. Lambton College cannot adjust class schedules to accommodate students' work or personal schedules. Thank you for watching.
Okay, so just wanted you guys to know what the expectations are, how complex it is to make schedules for the college, and just so you go in, with your eyes open so there's no surprises for you when you get to select your groups or when you get to have your schedules. Okay, so just show of hands, how many people here read their offer letter before they signed it? Okay, good. More than I was expecting. Great. Life lesson, always read whatever you sign so, you don't accidentally give your life away. I still am going to go, for those of you that haven't read your offer letter, I'm going to go through some key points in the offer letter. I do want to note these because I feel like they're important, and again, you guys are, not surprised later. So one of the, two of the things on the first page of your offer letter, your scholarship and your payment code, okay? So if you are eligible, and this eligibility is determined before you become a student, if you're eligible to receive an entrance scholarship, it'll say yes on the box 23 of your offer letter. So check that box. If it says yes, you will receive a $1,000 scholarship that will be applied to your fee account sometime after your classes start in the first term, okay? Next is your payment code. I know most of you probably paid via Flywire before starting your studies. And moving forward, of course, you may have Canadian bank account, and then you're going to start paying with that. But if you have any family members or any loan institutions back home that want to make a payment to the college, the way to do that is still Flywire, okay? So you're gonna present them the instructions for Flywire payment so they know how to go about doing that. If you don't have the instructions with you, you can of course come to Student Services, we'll share that document, but don't forget to also give them your offer letter. Your offer letter has your payment code in box 22, and they're going to need this payment code in order to be able to make Flywire payments, okay? So your payment code and scholarship is located on the first page. So some of the other things to note in the second page is class schedule, okay? So I have students saying, I didn't know I had class on Saturdays. I thought classes were Monday to Friday. Well, it says that on your offer letter, right? And you signed on to this. So you agreed that, yes, not every semester, but sometimes you may have classes on Saturdays. And tuition. If you came here with the student direct stream, you probably were asked to pay your tuition 1 year in advance, okay? However, as much as you looked at that figure there, well, yours might be different. This is the offer letter of the person that has a specific program. But yours, whatever number it said there, and you make this payment based on that number, it says estimated. So when they presented this number, it was not finalized. You probably have enough money in your account to pay for your first term, no problem. But before the deadline for payment for your term 2, please check your Lambton College fee balance and make sure you do not owe anything for the second term, okay? If you do and you do not pay this amount because you think you've paid 1 year ahead, you're gonna miss out on selecting your groups, registering, and more importantly, you do not get to choose your groups. So late payments, if you make a late payment, you lose the ability to choose your groups for term 2. So please do yourselves the favor, check your fee account, make sure you don't owe anything for term 2. Now chances are you're not gonna owe a huge amount, but even if it is a small amount, again, you don't wanna lose out on selecting your groups and then have to pay a late fee just because you didn't know, right? So please check that. Second year fees also says second year fees are likely to increase by a minimum of 600. Okay, so expect that as well. And guard me fees. We do have students emailing us and saying, can I opt out of my health insurance, my guard me health insurance? No, you can't. It says that on your offer letter is mandatory. And to be honest, most of the students in Canada, whether domestic or international, they pay health insurance fees with their school tuition. So this health insurance goes towards, providing coverage for, to a certain degree, for medication, for medical procedures, for doctor's appointments. So you have this, you've paid for it, so please use it, okay? We do have a session that goes in detail about your health insurance benefits on Friday, so please attend that session. If you can't watch it online, you'll get some good information out of it, because again, you've made payments. We want you to be able to use it and for it to not go to waste, but it is mandatory. You cannot opt out. Let's say you have health insurance coverage via your spouse's work or by some other means. It still is not a reason for the college to allow you to opt out. It's mandatory, it's part of your tuition. Campus and program changes, we have students saying, I come all the way from Mississauga. Why can't I transfer to the Mississauga campus? Why? Because your offer letter says so. Campus and program changes are not allowed. Lambton College in Mississauga is a different college. You applied to come here. You know where this campus was located, right? We all have Google Maps. You look it up. And it is not possible for you to change campuses. It's not allowed. It's a very strict policy they have. And don't worry, we all travel long distances here, an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours if you're really unlucky. But we all travel, and you're going to travel probably for, work in the future. Now, if you're lucky, you graduate, you find a job that's closer to your place of residence because you're looking in that area. Great. But this is temporary, right? 2 years, less than 2 years. Just make the commute or find closer housing if it's really an issue for you. We cannot allow campus changes. Program changes the same way. People say, I don't really like my program. I'm sorry, you can't transfer programs. You have to stay with your program. If you want to change programs, you can't. You have to completely withdraw, apply to come back for a different program, okay? So give it a chance. Don't just judge the program by the first, month or so. We have a tutoring center here that can help you with, difficulty in terms of understanding the course material. We have ways of supporting you, so don't give up. Don't act impulsive and say you don't like the program and you want to change it, okay? All right, program progression checklist. What does this mean? What do you actually need to graduate? What do you need to do? What are the requirements? Again, I'm going to ask to see who has this, but who has their program map? Who knows where to? Oh, okay, good. Oh, all right, wow. I'm so proud of you guys. But the rest of you that don't know, please download it from Sester database. It is very important. It's like your bread and butter. You're going to look at this all the time. It has all of the information. You're going to scratch your head and not know where to find. All of this is on your map. This specific map is for one of our postgraduate programs. So, of course, for the last semester, you're going to see a co-op or will requirement. If you're in an undergraduate program, you're not going to have this as your last semester. But if you're wondering if co-op is part of your program, you can visit your program map and it'll tell you that. What else is on the map? Prerequisites. So this is important. Prerequisites are courses you have to pass before you can take a future course, okay? So for this student, they're from business management, human resource management, and for term 3, on the far left side, you guys can see for FIN, for the course FIN, can't see that, FIN 1013. Do you guys all see a little P on top of that? P ACC 3083. So that P means that's a prerequisite. So that P, you have to pass it before you can take the course underneath it, okay? So if you fail a prerequisite, you cannot take the course. Academic break, that's also on your map. If you don't know, you do get 4 months off. This break is mandatory. You do have to take it. If you want to know when this break is, look at your map. It'll say, so for this student, they had their academic break in the spring of 2023, okay? So it'll say academic break as, for you guys, you might say 2025, right? So you can know when that is. Number of credits. When we say credits here, we mean number of hours, not number of courses, okay? So we're gonna say you need to take 20 credits in your term 3, for example. That means you're gonna be in class for 20 hours per week. Number of credits is important. It determines whether you're a full-time student, you're part-time, how many courses you have. So just get used to that vocabulary if you come to us as student services, or if we email you about courses, we're gonna use credits a lot, right? So I want you to know. And off-program map. So this is the term we're gonna use if you have failed one or more courses, and now the map that everybody else uses no longer makes sense. So we have to devise a new map for you, because again, this is a different, you've failed prerequisites, so we have to completely rearrange everything. So we're gonna say that we're gonna put you off map. Okay, failed courses, you failed a course. It happens, right, to the best of us. Sometimes, even though we're a good student, you may have to take a subject that's not necessarily, your strong skill, and you might fail that course. That's okay. It's okay to fail a course. It is not okay for you to not come to us, to not be proactive about it, to not inquire as to the next steps, and just wait and hope for the best, okay? Because the sooner you come to us, the sooner you know your options, and if you know your options, chances are you're gonna pick the best one for you, okay? Versus waiting till the last minute and then now you're stuck with whatever we have for you, and that may not necessarily be something that you like or you wanted to do, okay? So please be proactive, come see us. A passing grade here is anything D and above. If you get an F, that's a fail. So you have to take that course again if you've received an F grade. Now, let's say you have a bunch of Ds. Is that all? Like, you're good? You're okay to graduate? Nope. It is not enough to just get a D grade. You can have a few Ds, yes, but your overall GPA at the end of your last semester has to also be 2.0. And if you have a lot of Ds, I'll tell you right now that that's not going to happen. You're going to have a GPA below 2.0, and now you have to stay an extra semester and take additional courses to be able to boost your GPA, okay? So you failed a course, you come to us, and you go, when is a good time for me to take this course? And I'm going to say that depends, okay? There's a lot of scenarios. Depends on your situation, your program map, whether you failed a prerequisite or not. So come see us, and I'll tell you right now, just as, you know, just very, I guess, in a short, quick way, it is ideal for you to take the failed course in your academic break, okay? So if you failed anything in term 1 and 2, you have your break, you have 4 months off, it's the perfect opportunity to take this course. You have nothing else to worry about, you can still work, and now you can actually focus on that course and get a higher grade. But if you don't want to take it, that's okay. You just want to work or you want to travel back home, but be prepared that that might mess with things in the future semesters. Let's say the course that you failed in term 1 or 2 is a prerequisite for something that you have to take in term 3. So it's going to push everything down. So you might, not that you will definitely, but you might have to stay back a semester, okay? So if you come to me at the end of term 2, now you know whether it's wiser to take that course in the break or whether you can afford to wait. So it's always good to know your options. Again, it's not the end of the world if you have to stay back an extra semester. You know, you can look into extending your study permit, or maybe your study permit is still valid 4 months after your natural graduation date. There are ways of going around it, but I want you to know that versus just assume that everything is going to be fine. Oh, and when do you actually register? If you're interested in taking makeup courses, there will be an announcement on Moodle at the end of your term. And this announcement is going to tell you the deadlines for requesting makeup courses. So during those dates, if you log on to SESTAR database, you can actually click on the makeup course request option and then request the course that you want for the next semester, okay? So no problem there. Okay, student permit updates. You all landed in the airport, you got your study permit. Please upload it on SESTAR database, okay? If you do not know how to do it, or if you run into technical issues, that's okay. You can email it to studentservices@sestarcollege.com and we can upload this on your behalf. But it is very important for you guys to not wait to do this, because we don't know you're a student. For all we know, you're not a student until you can show us proof of that study permit. You're also not going to get your health insurance information and login if they check your account and they see that you have not uploaded your study permit. So please do that. Okay, student council. What is student council? Some of you may have been a part of student council in your universities back home. Student council is a group of students that are representatives of each program in the college, and it's a wonderful opportunity if you like to be part of different events in the college, if you like to plan events, participate in events, get to find out what your student body likes in order to translate that into events that's going to help them. It's also fun. It's a way of getting yourself, getting your names out there. So you're going to interact with faculty, program coordinators. You know, it's a great. It has a great look on your resume as well. So if you're interested in participating and being a part of student council for 2025, you can look out for the application posting on Moodle. There's going to be an announcement towards the end of December, and you can, of course, apply. There you will be called to interview, and then you might be selected to be a part of the student council. There is also a booth tomorrow, Thursday, between 2 and 4 in the atrium, where we're going to have representatives of our student council. So if you like to drop by, ask them questions about what it's like to be part of student council, you know, pros and cons. It's a big commitment, so you can do that tomorrow. if you miss more than 2 meetings of the student council, you will be removed. So think about whether that's something you can actually commit before deciding to apply, okay? But of course, it's a very rewarding experience. If you have any questions about it, you can always reach out to studentcouncil@sestercollege.com. Okay, housing. Of course, we have a housing session as well. That's very helpful to attend. If you guys still have housing questions, you can email housing@sestercollege.com. You can email student services. I might be able to answer. If not, I'm going to ask you to still reach out via this email. And other resources, social media. I'm always surprised how I accidentally find out information without even meaning to, just by scrolling through social media. So why not add us on there? Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp. You get to find out not just deadlines and important announcements, but also announcements about events that are happening, you know, for networking and job fairs and all kinds of things. So please add us on there. We know you're busy. There's a lot to keep track of. So this is just a way of easily finding information out, right? Okay, some fun stuff. We're gonna play a TikTok video for you that is made by our marketing team. And in this video, our students are gonna talk about some of their favorite food places and some of their favorite snacks at the college.
Need a snack? Our students got your back. Here are some of the snacks you must try. Samosas from the canteen at Lambton.
Mother paneer rice.
Samosa chaat.
Bread omelette.
Ice cream and cookie from Badman Shop. Bubble tea and veggie sandwich from the Magman Shop.
Each try chicken bacon ranch wrap from the Dream Hotel.
Oyo shake.
Ice cat from Terry's.
French vanilla.
Hash brown.
Crispy chicken.
Oreo ice cream. It's also my favorite. Yeah.
What's your must try?
So hopefully you guys can try some of their recommendations. I know everyone here loves the iced cappuccinos from Tim Hortons. They're closed this week, but if you're on campus next week, please try it. Their version is amazing. It even tastes good in the winter, even though it's really cold here. I still prefer to drink an iced cappuccino in the winter versus in the summer for some weird reason, but please try it. There's also other food options. We have the canteen. Testing. Oh, okay, good. Sorry, I thought my microphone died. The canteen is a South Asian food place that's located in the other building, the 265 building, so the building just beside this one, and it's located on the 2nd floor. They have amazing South Asian food. If you're from